Okay. So, we're gonna try our best. Here we go. Please, game open. Okay, as you... Hey! That actually worked first time, holy shit! Oh, hi, Cetro. What's up? Okay, here we go. Ready to head into town for my Sunday Warhammer TTRPG time. Oh, that sounds lovely. Well, I am ready to start reading, because we got a lot to read. Just finished my Ghost Arc. Cool. Okay, so... The Orcish Question, Volume 1. God. A collection of speeches and letters by Hamilton Demry-esque. I don't know what that means. Mr. Demry is a solicitor and advisor to, and frequent spokesman for, Tarant's captains of industry. His interlocutors? Mr. M. Oren is an elf of high blood, a traditionalist, and rather outspoken against the orcs. Mr. Radcliffe is a noble from Caledon, and representative of the region's balanced views. Mr. Gustave is a half-orc labor leader from Whitehall, a recognized presence in the efforts to garner better wages and working conditions for the orcs. A speech before Tarant's captains of industry, April 1884. Good evening to you all, gentlemen. I hope none of you have been adversely affected by the heavy rains of the last few days. I, for one, welcome the fresh air we enjoy after a good shower. Today I wish to speak on a topic that will be of greater and greater significance in the near future, and that is orcs. Much has been made of orcish working and living conditions. I am not here to debate whether or not changes should be made. I am here to raise the question as to whether or not such changes would even make a difference. Orcs are a tremendously vile, violent race. They are born and bred killers, every one. Allowing them within the city limits, even as day laborers, is asking for the worst sorts of trouble. Appeasing their appetite for violence with higher pay or better housing or less work will simply not work, as they do not lust for property or position as we might. They lust only for blood. We are at the dawn of a new age, an enlightened age. The wonders of technology are improving the lots of every creature, bringing wealth to those who were previously but serfs. Orcs slender, orcs make the best wildcards too. God damn it. Our society is advancing rapidly. Unless orcs advance as well... Sorry, orcs by their nature are unfit for this new age. Advance as well, their predilection for evil will cause great strife. I hear murmurs of concern and almost alarm from you, and I understand why. Orc labor is the backbone of many industries. Without their cheap and plentiful work, our way of life would be threatened. This, then, is the orcish question. What are we to do? Orcs, because of their violent nature, will not fit into existing society, and yet we require their labor. We have two options, do we not? Change society to fit the orcs, change the orcs to fit society. As I have stated, the societal changes that I have been proposed to date do not address the root cause of the problem. Improving their lot will not satisfy them as it would any other race. We either meet their needs for barbarity by turning our factories into killing grounds, or we look for to the other option, changing the orcs. We must bring orcs up to our current standards of civilization. I will be engaging in many debates and discussions over the next few months in order to determine the best way to proceed, and will address this august body again once a working proposal has been identified. Thank you for your time. Holy shit. That's a lot of fucking racism. Holy fuck. That is some premium Victorian stuff, I've noticed. Now orcs, them boys, are definitely being described here. Jesus Christ. This is a stream, huh? And that's just volume 1, we're not even done. Excuse me a second, I'm just checking something. Okay, thank you for your time. A letter to Mr. M. Moran. April 1884. My dear Mr. Moran, your points and concerns are well taken. In response to your musings, I must simply submit that it is our duty as enlightened and right-thinking members of our progressive society to bring civilization to all species. This does not stem from mere altruism, any deep desire to improve the situation of the less fortunate indeed. By spreading our mores and values to the world at large, we shall be enhancing the peace and prosperity of all races, ours included. It is our duty, I say, with great power, and certainly the technological marvels of the modern age, the abundant wealth created thereby, and the flowering of rational thought all equate to power, comes great responsibility. It is our responsibility, goddammit, as the most culturally and scientifically advanced people of Arcanum, to ensure our own future and the future of others by elevating the whole. Now, as to the orcish question in particular, I agree that you are correct and that this species may be completely intractable and unable to advance into modern society in their present state. I suggest that these differences are purely physiological. I put forth that our remarkable scientific achievements may point to the means of a solution. I propose that we begin immediate experimentation upon members of the orcish race to ascertain the cause of their violent inclinations in the hope of finding a medical remedy. A simple operation, the removal of a malignant gland, perhaps, may be all that is needed to bring individual members of this unfortunate race into the enlightened and most pacified state. In more pacified state, a structural breeding program might even reveal that such beneficial modifications are hereditary. Regards, Hamilton Demry-esque. Holy fucking shit. Hello, Warhammer Orcs are all about fighting. I'm here to ask you about your new Be Right Back screen. Oh! You're here to ask me about my new Be Right Back screen. So basically, a few days ago, someone finally submitted the 100,000 channel points for a new Be Right Back screen. I was also curious about that, yeah. So from now on, if you submit the low price of 5,000 channel points, my Be Right Back screen for that one stream will become a very interactive screen where you guys in chat can play a game. You can play a game while I'm away, basically, through chat commands. So yeah, I had to set it up, and it took me a whole fucking day to do it, but yeah, it's gonna be fun. 5,000's pretty cheap. It's fine. When do you plan to go away? I get up and walk away all the time throughout my streams. All it takes is someone to buy the 5,000 point thingy. And then for the rest of the stream today, you get to play a game while I'm away. It was just, the 100,000 points was just to convince me to actually set it up, because it was a little bit of work, okay? Mostly researching how to do it was the most amount of work. Actually implementing it wasn't so hard. Right, so we were doing scientific racism. Where am I? Maybe all that is needed to bring individual members of structure bring right. Regards Hamilton Demry-esque. I just got here, I only have 1,000 points. Oh well, someone else will have to do it. Now, if you guys want to play today, when I can set it up for today. For free. Are we having a reading day? I do love a good lore book in game. We're having a reading day because yesterday... Oh, there you go. Thank you, Arik. There we go. Okay, first, I want to test if this works while I have Arcanum open. Because I don't know if it does. We're gonna find out. We're gonna fucking find out. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna go find something to do for about 5 minutes, and you guys are gonna play, okay? Let's see if it works. Okay. Something's off. Okay, I'm watching you guys. I'm trying to figure out if... Okay, so it's not working, but I think it's not working because it's you guys. 1 second. If I do up... Okay, something's broken. Well, that's okay. I will fix this. I will fix this. Not today, but I will fix it. It's good to know. Okay. Because I tested it and it worked when I did it. No, I don't know why it's not working for you guys. Give me a second. Why is it not working? Which part is broken? Oh, okay. Don't worry, don't worry. Try giving a command now. Wait. Oh, it worked. Okay, 1 second. No, don't say left. She's already on the left side. Poor thing. There you go. Woo! You guys can play. I'll need to go figure out why it didn't work the first time around. But I'll be right back. Yeah, it seems like there's some kind of anti-spam. Yeah, it's definitely the anti-spam thingy. You're right. It's like when someone does like the same command twice in a row or something. It's fucking with it. Huh. No, it's not push. You just move right again. There's no push. Yeah, see? Right. Yeah, it's if you do the same one twice in a row, it gets pissy. Okay. I have to go think about why. Is that Twitch doing that, or is that... I think that might be Twitch that's doing that. Down. Yeah. There's some kind of anti-spam thingy at work here. Okay. Oh shit! Wait. I know what's going on. I'm so sorry. Wait, I know what's going on. I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, I'm gonna stop you guys for a second. You're not gonna be able to play for a second. I think I know what's going on. Hold up. It's because Arek is subscribed. It's only available to subscribers. Wait, I need to turn that shit off. 1 second. I know why. I'm sorry. I was about to win. I know. I'm sorry. Give me a second. I'm just gonna make it so the other ones can play. Oh, I don't have enough subscribers to allow that. to like justify that. It's fucking dumb. Wait. Otherwise, like, no one's gonna be able to play. So if I edit this... I can just... You guys are my test subjects right now. There we go. Because obviously I tested this yesterday, but my account is admin account, right? So it counts as a subscriber, it counts as everything. So I couldn't really test it with a real fucking user. Okay. Okay. So now I just have to do this. Okay. Hey! Good job. I think you have to... Wait, I'll help you out. Because you guys don't have the enter command. There you go. Everyone try now. Even people who are not subscribed, just so we can see if it works. Hey, it worked! Nice! Hey! That's way better now. Look at that. Try two left or two right or something, you know, in a row. Like boom, boom. Left, left. Or down, down. Something like that. Well, you guys can now play Vava Is You. Still anti-spam. I think that's on Twitch's end, though. I'll have to figure out how to... Yeah, how to deal with that. Well, you guys can cooperate, because I think anti-spam is per user, right? So if you say left, and then Zetro says left, and then someone else says left, it's not spam. Oh, there you go! Wait. Wait. I'm so fucking smart. I just have to set up aliases. I can have like up and then up or something like that, and then you can just swap between them. Hackstar. Exactly. Fucking hacker. Let's go. Anyway, you guys need to solve this puzzle while I go and actually get up and be right back. I'll be right back. I am back. Yeah, I'll create some aliases, so hopefully the aliases can be used to, Oh no, we're just in a break in the wall. Exactly. I've turned it off, you won't be able to use it now. What? Was that a cat? Was that a cat being a little shit? Of course it was. Hi, Aris. Okay. Just gonna... Okay, so I need to create some aliases to see if we can bypass the... that bullshit. How about down 2 with a 2? Maybe that would work. Okay, I'm gonna start creating some aliases real quick. And hopefully that works. Edit. Eris, please stop sniffing my foot. It's ticklish. God damn it. Okay. And there. In theory, this should bypass. Let's see. Okay. I'm just gonna... I think was it start Baba? No? Was it Baba start? No, it was start Baba. Oh, right, I forgot. I have to be clicking on it. Can someone, Arak, can you send a command? Okay, try left and then left 2, the number 2, right afterwards. So like left, left 2. And then left again. See if you can like alternate between those two relatively quickly. Okay, that kind of works. Not ideal, but it's because it's Twitch that we're fighting, not my bot. Because my bot doesn't give a shit about spam. It's Twitch that's preventing you from spamming, and I don't know how to fight Twitch on that. So for now, we have this. Huge success, exactly. Spider Bunny will zoom now. Zoom, zoom. Anyway, it works for now. Wallace, stop. Aha! This is the best fucking be right back screen I've ever gotten. Oh, it's so silly. No, you have to make the flag winnable. Flag is not win. Uh-huh. 1 second. Stop! No! You're fucking with it. Okay, press down. There we go. Okay. I will now close it all. There we go. Cool. So we managed to troubleshoot it in a few minutes. That's nice. Now here's the problem. I all tabbed out of Arcanum. Fuck. Fuck me. What did I just watch? You were watching my new interactable be right back screen. Fuck! Sorry. We're gonna struggle a little bit to get back into Arcanum now. It did the thing. Mother. Mother, why have you forsaken me? Game, please. God damn it, I'll just restart it. It's okay. We were just reading anyway, and I know where we were in the reading in the book, so it's okay. Damn it. And now as punishment, OBS is being a bitch. Thank you, OBS. Much appreciated. Okay. Hey, we managed. It's always a bit of a struggle, but we manage. Anyway. So, we were reading the Orcish question. I started Disco Elysium and I love how despite people talking about the game, all I could get was that Kim's a cool dude. He is! Unlike BG3, where due to cultural osmosis, I have a rough idea of a story already. So true. Okay, so regards Hamilton, blah, blah, blah. A letter to Mr. Radcliffe. My dear Mr. Radcliffe, you speak of the realm of the gods and of natural selection. Both of these terms help us to explain and comprehend our helpless past. But what, I ask you, of the boundless future? The gods made the world and us, but we are remaking this world. Why not remake ourselves as well? The era of rational and scientific thought is upon us. Let us not go backwards to our dark, superstitious past. Let us move boldly into the future. Natural selection in theory helps us explain why dwarves are short and well suited to mining, and why orcs are strong, vicious warriors, why elves are well adapted to natural surroundings. It need not be a rallying point for those who are too timid to seize the future. Let it explain the past, but let it not hold us in stupefied awe of nature when we have the means, the knowledge, and the wherewithal to define for ourselves what tomorrow shall bring. I foresee a day when we shall engineer magnificent edifices that reach to the very heavens, when we shall launch fleets of unsinkable ships, when we shall live free of disease, when the vast network of our rail lines brings peace and prosperity to every corner of Arcanum. Every day, ingenuity and necessity meet to create new and greater technological wonders. Advancements in medicine and engineering, and indeed every branch of knowledge bring prosperity to all. If orcs do not fit into this brave new world because of the bad hand natural selection has dealt them, then why not seek a medical or anatomical solution? Why wait for natural selection to provide us with an orc that better fits our enlightened society? For their benefit and ours, we should act now. For all we know, the course of your precious natural selection would be to wipe orcs from all existence. I ask you to explain how natural genocide could be more humane than my proposed solution. Now, as never before, we not only understand our world, but are capable of making great changes there too. We have the power, the right, and the obligation to use this capability to bring peace and prosperity to Arcanum. Let us see if we can do better by the orcs than nature has. Let us solve the orcish question, and then move on to bigger and better things. A new era dawns. We are no longer subjects to the whims of nature and of the gods. Let us take our future into our own hands and see what we can make of it. Let us step boldly into this brave new world. The references, bro. Kim is an all-time great. He is. The point is the story is so outlandish, even odd screen or mention gives you nothing. Yeah. No, it is quite outlandish. I think the best part of Disco Elysium is when it stops, you know, I know this is a very hot take, and if you've been watching me when I was playing Disco Elysium, you already know what I'm gonna say, but like, I don't like Disco Elysium's political commentary. I think it's far too meme-y and superficial in a lot of ways. And when it tries to be deep, sometimes it's a hit and sometimes it's a fucking wild miss. And it just looks like very irresponsible political commentary to me. But that's me, whatever. Having said that, Disco Elysium, when it comments on the human condition, when it comments, when it tries to portray people and like the banalities of you know, of personhood and of just people's lives and stuff, and then makes it deep, or whatever you want to call it, is I think when it shines best. It does some things really, really fucking well. Mostly just people. People's lives, the messiness of it. The messiness of people in general. It does occasionally an incredible and very artistic job at, yeah, just portraying that. Don't spoil anything. I'm not spoiling anything. Don't worry, buddy. Right. Hamilton. I am not ignorant of the marvels of magecraft. I have even been witness to the miracle of a resurrection. I do not doubt the utility of powerful magics. I do, however, doubt the ability of magic to survive against the rising tide of technology. The common man can easily use and benefit from technology, but this is not true of magic. This is magic's restriction, and it will be its downfall. I would not wish all magic removed from existence. Perhaps Tula or Quintara will remain in more or less their current state, but such is hard to predict. As to the orcish question, I shall gladly lock sabers with you in a friendly debate. You mention physiological, social, and cultural influences and accuse me of only considering the physiological in my proposed solution. Perhaps this is true, but if so, it is because the social and cultural influences impel us to the solution. I say so because the orcs' social and cultural history are at odds with the direction Tarant's culture and society are headed. Such is exactly the cause of its ongoing debate. Perhaps there are social and cultural changes that can take place on both sides to ease the pressure, but I do not foresee these to be easy changes either. You question the ethics of a physiological solution. Your argument of the potential abuse of these techniques is precious. Is specious? Huh? The same can be said of any form of power from magic to mere brute force. The responsibility lies with those wielding the power to use it for the common good, and always will. To ensure that we are speaking in the same terms, let me here attempt to define the orcish question. We need to agree upon the following statements before we can proceed. Orcs are on the whole foul-tempered and of a violent nature. The rapid technological advancements that Tarant is experiencing is creating a new social order. Within this new social order, the races of Arcanum have aligned more or less to the best of their ability. Orcs are at the bottom of this order. Unhappy with their lot, in accordance with their very nature, may resort to violence if not forestalled. The orcish question then is, how do we resolve this potentially violent situation? Some have suggested packing them all off. This does not strike me as the best solution, simply because it would deprive the orcs of the opportunity, which we all enjoy in this new enlightened society, of advancing to the best of our abilities. If this is debatable, so be it. I do not think the orcs would voluntarily stay in Tarant if such advancement weren't possible. Furthermore, the labor provided by the orcs is essential to Tarant's economy. This is truly a short-sighted solution. Some suggest working with the captains of industry to bring about better working conditions and better opportunities for advancement. This is well and good, however, I am extremely skeptical that the true orcish nature will be so easily mollified. Some suggest letting natural selection have its way, leaving the orcs to their own devices to resolve the situation. I fear this could have nothing but a violent outcome. I reject this idea as being irresponsible. If we can do something, we should. My proposal is to seek a technological solution. Medicine, anatomy, they may show us a way to relieve the orcs of their violent nature. This violent nature no longer benefits them or us. To engage in such a program of alteration would incur the changes that natural selection would eventually bring about, quickly and painlessly. For no doubt, the violent nature of the orcs is a needless vestige from a less civilized age. Bear in mind that I am not recommending this course of action in order that a race be molded into some image that I whimsically desire. If orcs are to survive in the modern world, such changes must take place. If technology can bring them about more rapidly, I say let us not delay. As for the practical implementation of such a program, I would suggest, if experimentation shows it's possible, that we begin with volunteers. Surely the most intelligent orcs can be persuaded with logic and reason that they and their descendants will only benefit from pacification. If the alterations are hereditary, then within a few generations, the fierce violent orc may well be a thing only found in history and storybooks, and the world a better and less volatile place. Woo! That was book number 1. There's a lot more. What a wild fucking ride. It is interesting that at some point he's like, okay, first we need to agree on like the premises, and then immediately he goes, the orcs have a violent nature. And I'm like, well, I guess we already disagree. Volume 2. Good lord. Okay. I shall come straight to the point. My debates have clarified certain issues, and there is also some recent news that has a significant impact on my proposals. Mr. John Badeau's treatise on orcs has recently come to my attention. If orcs are, as he postulates, the result of sorcerous meddling with humans, then this casts a new light on things. Let us proceed under the assumption that the famed naturalist is correct. Okay, 1 second. Oh, right. I forgot. I have my cake here. Okay. Many have been recently arguing the concept of nature versus virtue versus nurture, whether traits and behaviors are learned or inbred. Since orcs were humans who've been modified, then I would point out that this argues strongly in favor of their behaviors being inextricably part of their being. Oh my god, thank you so much for the raid, Alzrath. What a point to receive aid. I know, to receive raid. We are reading Arcanum's, The Orcish Question Volume 2. I hope you guys are ready for some scientific racism. Oh, God. Hi, Shiny. Oh, raiding into story time? Uh-huh. This is a pretty hardcore story time. The following views do not in any way reflect my personal views. Oh god, here we go. Where was I? The Orcish Question, Volume 2. Many have been recently arguing the concept of nature versus nurture, whether traits and behaviors are learned or inbred. Since orcs were humans who've been modified, I would point out that this argues strongly in favor of their behaviors being inextricably part of their being. Who or whatever did so for a reason. That reason was to create, we may assume from the evidence, a race of strong, virulent, violent, vicious, that's a lot of V's, warriors. Scientific racism, my second favorite is behind competitive racism. Exactly. That they succeeded admirably, we can have no doubt. If any significant number of orcs could defeat this violent nature and join our enlightened society as reasonable beings, then their creator would have failed. I say again, orcs have been created to be mean and violent. One or two, here or there, may well be capable of advancing, but as a race, such a thing is to be regarded in the highest suspicion. Now, to the crux of my argument. What magic has done, that is turned humans into base creatures of violence, let technology undo. Why let these poor folk continue to be out of place in modern society because of the whim of some ancient sorcerer? We can rebuild them. We have the technology. The references, bro. Would that be a marathon racism running at 40k? Yeah. Between Arcanum, the fucking Elder Scrolls universe, and Warhammer, it truly is a competition on who's the most racist universe. It really is a competition. Although, so far, I think Arcanum is winning the competition in terms of of actually turning it into a fucking science. Like, this is impressive levels of scientific racism. Magical manifest destiny, holy shit. Oh, this is, yeah. Oh, okay. And this is coming from someone who, when I play in the Elder Scrolls, I play as a Dunmer, okay? I know my fantasy racism. When I play D&D, I play as a Dark Elf, so, you know. Holy shit. Steamworks Manifest Destiny. Holy shit, bro. Oh, it's all very... fantasy. We have the ability to create the world's first pacified orc, oh god. We can bring these poor lost souls back into society's bosom. Let us do so. Fuck me. I propose immediately beginning experimentation upon dead orcs. Plenty can be had at the morgue. Furthermore, I urge experimentation upon live orcs as well, of course. These subjects can come as volunteers from those currently sitting condemned in the dungeons of the Court of the Executioners. Thank you for your time. My dear Mr. Moran, to respond to your earlier points, you claim that technologically altering the orcs to a better disposition would be unjust. In light of Beddoes' treaties... Thank you for the follow. Leyland Hades. I have a hard time seeing the fucking letters. In light of Beddoes' treaties, I disagree. You'd be very just to undo what has been done to them. You also propose the possibility of altering those who hate orcs so that they would no longer do so. If orcs were not hated and feared for good reason, I would have no problem with this. I think the problem of hatred and even prejudice will go away over time once technology has presented us with an orc that is no longer predisposed to the behaviors that induce them. You claim that I would take away that which makes them unique and leave them defenseless. If that uniqueness is an unnatural predilection for violence, then yes, but I only seek to remove that which impels them to unnatural levels of violence, not to destroy their sense of self-preservation. Right. A letter to Mr. Gustav. Dear Mr. Gustav, I fear you are in the minority in representing your race. I wish it were not so. Folk of your temperament can be reasoned with. You speak of violence. I love... So, Mr. Gustav, the person that, when he says you, he's talking to, is an orc. He is an orc, and he's the only orc in this entire conversation. And I love how, after all of that, after 1.5 books of fucking scientific racism, they turn to the one orc who's, you know, one of the good ones, and they go, well, you know, you're clearly way better than all the other people in your race, but you're very unique. None of the other ones are like you. You're just very special. You're one of the good ones. Kill me. Ah, the cringe. I wish it were not so. Folk of your temperament can be reasoned with. You speak of violence, and clearly not without cause. As any rational being, you understand that violence may be necessary, but only as a last resort. I beg you to consider my plea and report to the eugenics laboratories as a test subject for the medical experimentation that could loosen the chains that have held your people since they were created by foul magic so long ago. Holy shit! Okay, well, you know. This is all very normal. Very civilized people, by the way. Very civilized. They're trying to bring the orcs into the civilized world. The civilized world of, and I quote, Eugenics laboratories with test subjects for medical experimentation that can loosen the chains holding the orcs back by foul magic. How civilized. My dear Mr. Whatever the fuck, you claim my proposal's unethical. How so? These poor orcs have a magical poison coursing through their veins, and that makes them a threat to everyone, including themselves. As civilization expands and advances, the orc threat grows also. I merely propose an antidote. If a magical antidote were offered, I would be in full support. I doubt any mage existing today has the power to undo what has been done. Technology, however, may hold the answer. I believe we are obligated as right-thinking persons to discover whether or not it does. How, pray tell, is that unethical? A letter to Mr. Gustav. Okay, another one. Hi, what's up, dog? Where, now it's gonna be directly to the orc dude again. Dear Mr. Gustav, yes, I wish to use our marvelous technological know-how to change the orcs. Let us make that abundantly clear. Let us also make it clear that I am most certainly not proposing that we make orcs our willing slaves. I do wish people would stop making assumptions. Orcs by design are inordinately predisposed to violence. This predisposition makes their presence in modern civilized society a problematic one. I propose a technological solution to the problem. Remove the inordinate predisposition to violence. Now you claim that your hatred was learned. No doubt you have been treated poorly, but as a race, sir, the orcs deserve no less. As harsh a statement as that is, I simply point to Mr. Bedeau's treatise as justification for it. That's all I needed. Because I've been reading these two books this entire time, and I was like, okay, what's the actual truth of the matter? Is it an actual curse? Is it a bullshit fantasy excuse? Or is this just plain old fucking good old fucking racism? And orcs are just a completely normal fucking race with, normal genes and normal magics and normal whatever, right? And then they just gave me the answer, because the one orc in this entire story explicitly says, your hatred was learned, no doubt you've been treated poorly. So, according to the one orc in this entire conversation of racists, his quote-unquote violent nature was 100% learned. And I'm like, a little bit more inclined to believe him, because he would know. Kill me. Oh, enlightened scientists talking to each other about orcs. The one orc in the conversation is like, hey, you guys are wrong about this one premise. No, shut the fuck up, little orc. We're talking here between civilized people, okay? How realistic. As harsh, I simply point to Mr. Any race that practices wholesale cannibalism deserves little in the way of compassion. As someone who played as an elf in Divinity Original Sin 2, this is very amusing. I like that you can finish this game by pure persuasion. I'm certainly trying. Have you seen my stats, bro? Anyway. Prices wholesale my solution is exceedingly generous. If we remove the barbaric tendencies which so separate orcs from the rest of civilized society, then we may be able to effect a peaceful end to that separation. Pray, let us speak no more of bloodshed and wrath. It is unlike gentlemen to do so, and in so doing, you only make yourself seem more brutish and in need of the alterations you would resist. Jesus fucking Christ. If I find this Hamilton if I find any of these motherfuckers in the game, I am... It's on site. It's on site. And I'm not even an orc. But it's on site. I love how cannibalism is surprisingly connected to elves. Same for D&D with sun setting. Oh, yeah. I love me a good cannibalistic elf, okay? It makes me happy. It brings me joy. Okay, someone's gonna have to tell me, how much is 30 stone in kilograms? Because I don't believe that this book is that heavy. It cannot possibly be that heavy. Here, have some racist books, sir. Have fun. 190 kilos! What the fuck? How is a book 190 kilos? What the fuck? Okay, next series of books. Oh, there's 4 of them. Okay, at least these ones are not... Okay. Hopefully these are a little shorter. Each one of them still 190 kilos, though. Holy fucking shit. Precision is also what I call my high-caliber revolver. Good one, Commando. Because it's double dose of racism, it's a heavy subject. I was about to make that joke, but DJ Updog fucking beat me to it. Good job, buddy. Here we go. The nature of archaeological practice. Being the introductory volume to the 3rd year's fieldwork in the Southeastern District and musings as to the classification of archaeological practice as science or art by Elias Thorne. Thorne? Isn't that the Baldur's Gate? No, that was Thorne. Anyway, Director of Excavation, yada yada, Secretary General of whatever the fuck. Archaeological Survey of Arcanum. How far we have come. There are few things which appear to us as the present day so strange as the work of past scholars. Conversely, there are a few things as edifying as examining the progress we have recently made in our understandings of even the most remote and ancient of times. When I think of the scholastic work that was being done not 5 decades ago, when by such noted luminaries, even by such noted luminaries as Robert, I'm not reading those names, I marvel at the strides we have taken since their time. Think of the system proposed by the I'm not reading that, for cataloging archaeological finds, whose categories seem so backward and arbitrary to the modern mind. Criteria as disparate as an object's color, its use in agriculture, degree of preservation, whether it contained writing, and suitability for display were all to be considered equal in his schema. As someone who has a little bit of a background in studying biology, this is very amusing to me, because this is very similar to how biologists used to categorize animals. We used to have some really funny categories, okay? Like, right now, we try to categorize them based on, like, very specific, like, physical traits. But at different points in history, we used to categorize them based on things like, is it a domestic animal or not, and shit, right? Like, the fucking categorization of animals in biology was, pretty funny. It hasn't always been great. Is it fluffy? Things like that. The point is that categorization systems in different sciences have come a long way, and it seems, according to this book, in Arcanum, archaeology also went through one of those evolutions. I need not remind the gentle reader that it is a sign of faulty method to heap such diverse elements together into a single rubric. We need only compare these old ways with the modern techniques of comparative stylistic analysis and the systemic techniques now employed to establish relative chronologies in order to feel a not undeserved sense of pride. However, lest I be accused of thoughtlessly attacking our forebearers, let me qualify some of my previous and somewhat unguarded statements. For all of their apparent errors or fruitless theorems, those past academicians are the giants upon whose shoulders we now stand. In their own day, these great thinkers launched our discipline as a formal area of study and called into question the plundering and looting of ancient sites that had been praised as heroic for centuries. I'm liking this book. This book's not nearly as bad so far. Considerably less scientific racism in this one. I shudder when I think of the damage these self-serving, albeit adventurous treasure hunters inflicted upon the material records at so many of Arcanum's greatest ancient sites. These quests were little more than self-indulgent vandalism, perpetuated in the name of personal gain and notoriety. Our diligent predecessors crusaded to raise civic awareness about the precious nature of Arcanum's early sites and inspire a zeal for understanding the past that drives us still. So although we may gently correct the imperfections of those archaeologists who have gone before us, we also remain securely in their debt. Thus, having come to terms with the triumphs and shortcomings of the past, I return now to the fractious divisions that confront all of us in the present. We are in no position to rest upon our laurels and must address the recent debates and quarrels that have beset our forum of academic discourse. I refer, of course, to the preface for last year's publication in this same series of fieldwork reports. In that excellent volume, my esteemed colleague Lila Margolis Sen, perhaps inadvisably, suggested that recent developments in the practice of archaeology were due solely to the efforts of those who favor the technological sciences, and as no doubt the reader is aware, she goes on to claim that archaeology as a field of study should be considered a school of science in itself, as if practitioners of technology alone can lay claim to rational thought and logical analysis. Colleagues, what do such inflammatory claims gain for us in our study of the past? What do they accomplish except to distract us with constant infighting and needless dissension? I urge you to set aside your differences in methods and recognize the contributions of all individuals dedicated to furthering our knowledge of the past. I will be among the first to laud Miss Margolis for her subaqueous steam pump and automated sluicing? Huh, great. Which have revolutionized the practice of excavation in bogs and other sites previously inaccessible to high water tables. But I would also claim some small measure of credit for myself in assisting her digs through my judicious application of divinatory incantations designed to determine the nature of particularly troublesome and perplexing pottery shards, or indeed which of us can fail to compliment the work of Phineas Lightfoot, whose command of the art has allowed him to coax secrets out of the ground itself. I am speaking, of course, of his talent in the earthly arts, which have allowed him to locate rich sites for excavation that have lain hidden to the naked eye for centuries. This book definitely was written by some snobby elf. No, maybe. Can we quantify such contributions? Do not all these efforts guide us forward towards our goal of understanding the past? Even had I the power, I would be loath to eradicate the contributions of any scholar who had contributed even one faltering step on our collective journey towards knowledge. In short, I urge us all to set aside our differences as best we can, for although we may differ in our approach, we are all ultimately seeking the truth. Therefore, it is a spirit of reconciliation that I present this humble work. This introductory volume will be followed within a year by an extensive second volume detailing— oh my god, please don't follow it with an extensive second volume. Detailing the results of this year's excavations along with some observations and preliminary conclusions. Together with the second volume, a slender third and final volume will be printed. No! This work will primarily contain the maps and figure relevant to the discussion as set forth in the previous work. It is my sincere hope that they may offer some measure of truth we all seek. Aw. Hello, my current game of Pokemon is driving me angry. Well, we're in a storytelling stream right now, Terrell. You just missed the Scientific Racism book, Volume 1 and Volume 2. And we are currently in the archaeology book. Damn, yeah, you missed the good content. The traumatizing content. Oh god. Anyway, the life of Ashton Fernwelter. Hi, Cabdillos. The life and times of one Ashton Fernwelter. I have chosen to chronicle my life now for the very simple reason that soon I may no longer be alive. Fair enough. And I have survived all others who might share my tale. Outside this room, the sun sets. I can see it through the window. In the morning, my will shall be tested once more, and possibly for the last time. I would not take part in such dramatics if I did not believe in the inevitability of my demise. But time grows short and does not allow for the ramblings of a doomed man. Please take it upon yourself to read the following in your time, as I take it upon myself to finish this narrative in my own time, and that through that bridge my life may find its true meaning. My beginnings were as unpleasant and dirty as 1,000,000 other urchins crawling along the bottoms of Tarant, and yet somehow special. My father did not exist, my mother never mentioned him, I had never seen him, and all those put to the question would not even repeat the rumors they had heard concerning him. My mother, dear lady, was like no other. In all my travels among all the people that I have met, I have known no one as determined or with such grace of willpower as my mother. Her loyalty and concern for her only son was matched only by the tenacity with which she approached the rest of her life. She was the one who imparted to me the importance of education, honor, and above all, truth. Why Kill Drown, Volume 1 by Wizard Terrell. Jesus Christ, sir. Why a good Dwergar is one that doesn't breed another Volume 5. Holy fuck. They need to start hiring you, Terrell. When they make games like this and they need to write these volumes in-game, they need to hire you as a specialist. On anti-Drow and Dwergar literature. Terrell Wizard. She was the one who... Needless to say, my world crumbled at the age of 10 when she was murdered. At that time, I had no idea of her death. She had simply disappeared. It would not be long before life led me in the direction of her true fate, however, and not long until I found out what it was that separated me from those 1 million others I had grown up with on the diseased streets of Tarant. Shortly after my mother's disappearance, and after a 2-week stay at the home of an uncle, I was apprenticed at a nearby factory. Apprenticed was the word that appeared on the official papers concerning my sale into slavery by my uncle. Had my mother the opportunity, I am sure she would have wreaked revenge upon the man. In the end, she may have, for his end was a gruesome one. My apprenticeship amounted to performing all the menial tasks that required a body smaller than those of the average factory worker. When a machine became jammed with an errant chunk of slag, it was my duty to dislodge the offending article. In the larger machines, the jams could occur deep within the bowels of interlocking gears and cogs. These types of errors were the bane of my young existence. From my first day inside the factory, I discovered I loathed machines. The thought of traveling within one to effect repair never ceased to make me sick. There was one such jam that occurred not 2 weeks after my inception into the factory. I was called away from sweeping up still burning flakes of metal spewed by one noisy machine at one side of the factory, to a jam which, by the wails of the supervisor, must have been obstructing the operation of a crucial piece of machinery. By the time I had arrived, a panel near the base of the machine had been removed and was apparently the entrance I was to use to find and clear the obstruction. On hands and knees, I reluctantly crawled into the belly of the beast at the unkind insistence of the supervisor. I hated him as much as the oily mechanisms he presided over. I shuddered as I entered the machine. This was the smallest space I had ever been in. The metal that entombed me sent shivers down my spine by virtue of its sheer metallicness. Overhead, gears interlocked, and had the machine been operational, would have been a sure death had I come in contact with any of their surfaces. All around me, oil dripped in dirty rivulets down to the floor where they gathered in puddles. I slogged along, soaking my clothes in oil, but I could not find the source of the obstruction. Dragons, slay the chromatic, spare the metallic by Wizard Terrell. Exactly. The thick odor of bare metal assaulted me as crept along, making me dizzy and physically nauseous. Then past many gears, hoses, and metallic pumps and regulators that I could only guess at the function of, I found the source of the problem. A nest of sorts was formed in front of me of metal strands crisscrossed, seemingly haphazardly. From this nest came hoses of every length and thickness, many of which were dripping their contents through invisible leaks in the lines. Above the nest was one giant gear from which many others received their motion. I can only assume the nest was concerned with driving the central wheel, although how this could be accomplished is a mystery to me. The problem appeared to lie within the large gear above the nest. A bracket that had held a hose was lying on the floor, while the hose itself had swung into the path of the gear, where it was now bound between the large gear and one of the smaller feeder gears. How the gear had not simply cut through the hose, I could not ascertain, but there was no fluid seeping from the affected hose, so it appeared as though it might be able to continue its original function. Of course, the hose could not work, nor could I retreat from the metal tomb before I had alleviated the jam. Mustering what courage I could, I willed myself to reach forward and pull the hose out of the gears. That is when it happened for the first time. There, in the mechanical heart of the largest machine in the factory, as I reached forward to take hold of the hose, the gears began shifting on their axes, and the hoses and wires made slight retreats from my outstretched hand. I convinced myself I was only imagining things and continued to reach for the offending hose. When my flesh came into contact with the metallic sheathing of the hose, the entire machine retched. The gears no longer shifted on their axes, but began to quake violently. Bolts and screws securing lines began to slip in their shafts and separated themselves from their points of attachment. The machine had been shut down before I was called in, but now, as I stood in fear, clutching the shaking hose lodged between the gears, the beast rumbled once, twice, and then gave a tremendous shudder. With that shudder came the surprise ejection of the line I was holding. As it recoiled, it hit me in the face with enough force to throw me away from the now vibrating nest of cables. The large gear let out a sickly grind. At the same moment, it threw back the hose and spun wildly. A sudden pain brought my attention to my wrist. A perfect rectangle of red now occupied the area below my hand, and in the moments before the blood welled to the surface, I could see the bloodlines that normally resided beneath the wrist unscathed, but open to the air. Apparently, when the great gear resumed its duty, it caught that rectangle of my flesh and took it for itself. Had the line not thrown me backwards, the rest of my body would have joined it in the spinning gears. Now the machine was alive around me. A deep, penetrating hum permeated the air, and the rotating gears warned against the slightest misstep. I quickly turned and made my way back to the opening, carrying my wounded wrist against my side. The opening I had entered through was in my sight when something grabbed me from behind and I fell to the ground. A slow-moving gear had caught the hem of my oil-soaked tunic and was pulling me towards it. Striking out in panic, my hand found purchase on a shaft in front of me, and I pulled with all my strength, attempting to free myself from the gear's grasp. With a rip, the gear finally let go, contented with the large part of my tunic it had ripped away. Short-breathed and white-faced, I staggered towards the opening. When I reached the panel and crawled outside, I was greeted with a swift cuff by the supervisor that sent me sprawling back to the ground. "Damn it, boy! You weren't supposed to turn it on! What do you think you're doing?" bellowed the supervisor. This first outburst was followed by another fist to the back of my head. "Chief, the machine, she's working. He did all right. We can get back on schedule now. We'll make the shipment, Chief." A suit-faced engineer had interrupted the supervisor's tirade on my behalf. "Get up, boy! In my office, now!" Being a boy of 10, I did not question the supervisor's order, but quickly ran his office. Not shaking hose? Anyway, my Pokemon game currently is politics and incineration. The evil team is the Oblar army, who many people associate with the red faction, and the current faction simply choose to not do anything because it serves their interest. God bless. This book so far has a lot of... It's heavily inspired in, like, the real-life stories of when kids used to work in factories. Like, it was normal to have kids working in fucking factories, and they were absolutely used like this. They were used to go into the little, like, insides of the machinery to try and do little repair works and shit like that. That was actually a thing, and a lot of kids were maimed and killed because of it. So... I congratulate whoever wrote this on their historical knowledge, I guess. Being a boy of 10, I did not question the supervisor's order, but quickly ran his office. As was my apprenticeship a misnomer, so was the supervisor's office. Through the rear of the factory, down 2 long corridors, and beyond 3 doors, one finally came to a small bare room. Lined with rotting planks, the room had a very disagreeable odor to it. The same odor that hung about the supervisor. Another rotting wood formation served as the desk, and scattered about the floor were the remains of food and other things which I dared not consider the identity of. I put myself in one of the cleaner corners and sat down to wait for the supervisor to arrive. I looked at my wrist. It was surprisingly clean. What blood had come to the surface had stayed within area of the wound and had made a light scab already. Near the edges of the rectangle, tinges of pink skin could be seen creeping back under the scab. I was arrested from my inspection by the opening of the door to the room. The supervisor stormed in, slamming the door behind him, and he sat down at his desk in a flurry. Same with women, crazy amount of which were minors. Yep. The rotted wood shuddered, but seemed to hold his weight. I remembered being disappointed at that fact. Little shit. based. He was a large man, a human to be sure, but vertically, a large man as well as horizontally. God damn it. He thrived on using his stature to intimidate those around him, which was one of the reasons I so loathed him. He did not keep a beard, although I doubt he could have had he chosen to. The hair on his head was wispy at best, although he tended to comb it such that it appeared larger than it was. His clothes, a simple, though ill-fitting cotton shirt, and leather breeches in danger of losing their ability to encompass the man at any moment, were perpetually covered in stains and offal, not only from the factory, but from his exceedingly poor personal habits. You little puke. Where'd you get off pulling stunts like that? You know damn well that's the most expensive machine we got here, and you go running around the inside playing like a damned orc in a meat locker. Sorry, sir, came my abashed response. Even now, so many years later, I can find no positive side to this man, or pity for his eventual fate. Boy, you might have just broke that machine out there. It works right now, but in the morning, who knows? If that machine don't work, boy, I lose my job. I don't like not having a job. A snarl crept into his voice. Ever since you got here, things have been breaking. Things I gotta answer for. Things I gotta answer for? I'm not sure what accent I'm supposed to be using to read this. I don't understand. I also am not good with accents, so yeah. I took a step backwards. My breath caught in my throat. The air felt thick. I don't plan to go losing my job on account of some scrub kid neither. It became harder and harder for me to breathe. The air was so thick. Boy, you know what this is? He pulled open a desk drawer and produced a metallic instrument. He held the low end, wrapping his hand around a wooden portion, and looked over the tube that extended from a rough cylinder. No, sir. It's a gun. I hate that word. Now, I had an agreement with your uncle, boy. I can't just toss you out. Not while you're breathing, anyway. My vision began to dim as I struggled to take in the thickening air. Through a haze, I saw a twisted grin split the supervisor's face, and the barrel of the gun swung in my direction. Then my breath failed me. I could no longer inhale. The supervisor looked as though he felt it too. His rant, to which I had been listening less and less, ceased, and the only sounds that emanated from his direction were inarticulate gurgles. His gun had lowered as well, forgotten now. The air continued to thicken and took on a dark blue hue. You, gasped the supervisor in my direction. This is your... He ceased his attempt to accuse me and raised the gun to do his talking. I think... I'm not 100% sure, but I think the kid just had a lot of inherent magic. The kid was magical. Yeah, I think that's what's being implied, is that the kid was magical. Because on the one hand, he describes the mechanical stuff recoiling away from him. But on the other hand, the mechanical stuff worked when he touched it. So I'm like, is the implication here that he's magical or not? But I think it's that he's magical, because the mechanisms seem to be turning itself on to harm him. So, yeah. I think the kid was just magical. He probably was like elven or some of the other magical races or something. Oops. Hunters Hunted by Ellie Baskier. When I approached Vermilion Station, my case full of schematics, I paused briefly, as I have many times since first coming to the city of Tarant 5 years ago. I never have ceased to appreciate its size and splendor. Grinning mildly, I moved to enter the station, passing through its courtyard and fountains. I had to remind myself not to loiter about the beauty of Vermilion's statuary, for I had a train to catch, and not more than minutes until it arrived. Passing through the doors of the great station, I became aware of a disturbance behind me. Sorry. A man dressed in an ill-fitting jacket of which the sleeves had been cut was running through the courtyard, waving his arms about and causing a scene. As the man approached, short of breath, it became apparent that I was the object of his exertions. "Excuse me," the man puffed out. leaning over and clasping his knees. "Has been chasing you through the whole bloody city." "Chasing me?" I asked, shocked. What had I done to earn the attention of this ruffian? "Yes," he said, huffing and coughing for a final time before straightening up. Been chasing you. I notice you are a practitioner in the devices of technology, is it?" I was taken aback as to how this complete stranger knew of my background in the field of technology, yet I replied simply, "Yes, that is correct." He smiled, a smile as broad as his face, until I was sure his skin would split. Good. So you work with gunsmithing, explosives, the like?" "No," I replied, for in truth I had very little experience in those fields of study. "What? You study technology, don't you? What do you know about then?" "Therapeutics," I replied. "Discovering the effects of new substances we can create." "Like gunpowder, maybe?" "Well, no, actually. That would be more in the field of chemistry, which I have dabbled in as well." The man's face lit up again, and he turned his head and asked, "Will he do?" I suddenly became aware of two others who had approached me from behind, standing silently during the exchange. As I whirled to regard them, I realized from their sloping brows and jutting jaws that I faced half-orcs. One of them nodded. "Yeah, he'll do. Now come on, eh? Bomber's already on the train. Hurry up and get him loaded." "Train? What train? I have a destination of my own, and I can assure you, chaps, that it's not the same as yours." "It is now," the half-orc said. "Now come on, Professor, before we have to get rough with you. We promise we won't take up more than a week of your time. All we want is your professional opinion on something." He grabbed one of my shoulders and began to push me towards the train, while the other half-orc seized my other shoulder and did the same. I realized I should play along with these miscreants, at least for the moment, while they seemed to offer me no real harm. "Very well, where are we going?" "Stillwater." During the train ride, I was able to learn about my companions. The two half-orcs were Wilhelm and his brother Klaus. They were loud and boisterous companions, possessed of great physical strength. Baumer was an immense half-ogre of middling intellect, barely able to form coherent sentences. The brothers spoke little of his background, only that they had found him hiding out in an abandoned farmhouse. The human member of their group who had stopped me in Tarant was Jacob. He spoke little during our trip, preferring to let the brothers do all the talking. Not one of them would tell me their purpose, nor the reason for me going with them. Instead, they seemed to argue only about irrelevant things. They were silent now, though, as we disembarked near Stillwater to finish traveling by wagon. Stillwater was as still as its name implied. It contained none of the loud, noisy bustle of Tarant, a growing and advancing city. Nothing suggested that this was the town where Gilbert Bates had first constructed his steam engine that had so shocked the magical community. The streets were mostly empty. I spotted a dwarf making his way through the town, doubtless traveling here from the Grey Mountains to trade for food and other sundries. There was a shopkeeper shoveling the snow from in front of his shop, and there was one fellow lurking near the entrance to town that had seemed to me to be up to no good. He stared long at our company, especially Baumer, with an unpleasant smile on his face. Then Wilhelm drew something long and thin out of his coat, which blocked my view. Whatever he brandished, it made the bounty hunter hurry on his way. I turned to Wilhelm as Jacob entered the hotel to procure rooms. "Now may I know why my presence is needed here, or what the purpose of this trip to Stillwater is?" "We're hunting." "Yeah, hunting." "Hunting? Which makes you bounty hunters?" "In a sense. Hunters of occult beasts and villainous monsters. We kill wares." "Do you mean werewolves?" I asked. "Aye, werewolves and other less famous types of were creatures. But we fight other beasties too. We've gotten our share of mad animals, and even a few things that would curdle your blood to tell you about them." "Oh, really? And what are you hunting here?" "Guess you've never heard of the Stillwater Giant. It's an old tavern tale here, but Jacob believes there's more to it. He wants to kill it. Frankly, I do too, on account of the damned thing being known to eat orcs." "A giant? I had thought they were all long extinct." "What good am I against a giant?" Well, we use a lot of technological things in our line of work, mostly guns and such. Trouble is, in our last hunt, old Klaus over here had a slight accident, and now most of our equipment is... That's enough. Needless to say, we need you to fix some things." "We're all set. Everyone come inside, and Baumer, try to be quiet on your way in." I may have not quite let on that we have a half ogre with us. Oh boy. I studied their equipment that night, and as expected, their things were not in my area of expertise. Combined, they had 6 types of guns, ranging from a heavy pistol to some type of gigantic repeating rifle that I could only assume was bombers. 3 of the guns were damaged, and all of their arms were running low on ammunition. The ammunition was easily restored, for I did have some degree of explosives and chemicals with me, and their group had excess supplies with which to make the ammunition. As for the weapons themselves, I did my best. It appeared that they all had misfired due to a lack of repair. I used what little knowledge I had to try to fix their triggering mechanism and repair some of the more grievous burn damage. I only hoped that my meager repairs would be enough for what this group needed. In the morning, Jacob awoke us all. Each of their group was given a pack of provisions as well as a gun. True to my expectations, Bomber got the big one. The True brothers also carried additional pistols. You're coming too, just to make sure you made proper repairs. That's alright, I might as well see the adventure through. That's the spirit. We'd all been dressed in greatcoats to protect us from the cold, save Bomber, who seemed comfortable no matter the climate. We rose into the hill lands that day and the following day. We ate the packed provisions, and I struggled with the labors, for my body was not used to such strenuous activity. On the 3rd day, we were well into the snowy regions of the mountains. We reached a smoother region of the rocks and snow, where Jacob said we were to make camp. The group did this with their practiced efficiency, quickly setting up tents and assigning watch duty. As I lay in my bed that 3rd night, it was hard to get sleep due to the mountain air. Whatever rest I would have gotten was shattered as a loud, braying, inhuman cry echoed through the still mountain air. I know not what made the cry, and to think of it still terrifies me to this day. The camp scrambled into motion at once. Bomber stormed out of his tent in full gear. Klaus, who was standing watch, was already prepared. Jacob and Wilhelm soon followed suit. It came from there, Klaus said, pointing off into the night. I myself had been unable to discern a direction the cry might have erupted from, for it had seemed to originate out of the thin night air itself. They set off into the dark, and I followed, not wishing to be left behind. They moved over the sharp and treacherous rocks until Bomber helped up his hand for them to stop. His ogre senses had smelled something. They all clutched their firearms tighter. Then something bright flashed, furiously and explosively behind us. Wilhelm, who had been bringing up the rear, was thrown screaming against some of the more jagged rocks that littered the ground. I threw myself to my feet as the survivors wheeled and discharged their weapons into the night. It was horribly loud, and I was almost frightened enough to cry. I was unable to move as their weapons thundered, especially Bomber's repeating gun. Repeating gun what? Like a machine gun? Which clamored like the horrible chattering of a demon. Spent ammunition shells clanked as they reached the ground. Then all was quiet. They paused, and Klaus went to inspect his brother, whilst Jacob moved to check the area of night behind us. He's burned to death, Klaus said quietly. Giants don't burn people. What manner of monster really lurks up here? We have to move on. Jacob and Bomber switch places. Bomber trundled over to where Jacob had been exploring, but from Jacob there was no response. He's gone. Something that might have been fear flooded Klaus's eyes, but it left quickly. We're leaving him. Come on. It was almost too much to get to my feet and continue, but I did. We continued going further into the dark, and I was sure we were lost, and then Bomber began to fire madly into the air. As I watched, something in the night shook him and threw him out of our light. Klaus sprang forward and fired his own weapon, which clicked and jammed. Apparently my repairs had not been so good as I would have thought. Meanwhile, Bomber's shouts had faded and his gun been silenced. Klaus roared with frustration and fired his pistol above his head, all of his composure lost. Come get me. Come on out, you burning thing. His gun fired into the air. As I watched, to my horror, the bullets seemed to wobble and slow in the air. Only one thing destroyed the trajectories of bullets like that. A strong magic field. Something up here was very destructive and very magical. I did not wish to see what it was, and I fled blindly into the night. I heard all of Klaus's shouts until they culminated in one final scream. As I fled, though, I passed our campsite. Its fire almost burned out. In the distant shadows that it cast, I could have sworn to see some enormous, hairy creature edging its massive body into the light. But when I looked again, it was gone. I forced myself to believe that it was the illusion caused by the speed of my flight and the flickering of the dying campfire. When I returned to town, I took whatever money I could find that the group had left in its rooms back at the Stillwater Hotel. Doubtless, they had expected to return triumphant and spend more days in the town as heroes. I planned to take the wagon and return to the train where I could return to my beloved Tarant, so far away from these accursed mountains. They're actually pretty neat stories. I like it so far, yeah. I hope you guys don't mind me just fucking reading for... How long has it been? We've just been reading for an hour straight. Holy shit. Oh god. I should drink water. I'm an idiot. I'm fucking up my throat. I shouldn't do this. I'm just gonna grab the water real quick. Okay. I wonder what the creature actually is. Magical, breathes fire? Because, like, I'm thinking dragon, right? But he said... I think he described it... I think he described it as, like, having fur? What, didn't he? I'm not sure. As the wagon slowly pulled away from town, I saw the bounty hunter who had grinned at the wagon our first day here. He was conversing with another man, dressed only in light cloths, who wore a wide-brimmed floppy hat. As he talked, I saw him open a pouch and draw out a severed ear, a half-ogre ear. I realized coldly. He then produced 2 more ears, smaller and less pointed. He handed the bounty hunter a large repeating gun that could have only been bombers. As the wagon moved by them, I overheard him speak. That took care of that band of 3 half-men right for you. Their newfangled technology was no match for good old-fashioned magic. I even salvaged their arms just as you asked. Now, as to my payment. Oh shit! The wagon pulled out of earshot then, and it began to rain. The 2 men cursed and retired to the tavern to discuss their vile business. It had been a mage, I thought, as the rain fell upon my head. A mage with illusions, fire, force, and other enchantments, but no magic I knew could replicate the sound I'd heard. And what had I almost seen in the dying firelight of our deserted camp? Why weren't there 4 ears? What had taken Jacob then? All I know is that there is definitely something lurking in those tall, snow-covered mountains above Stillwater, and it chills my blood to think of it. Oh shit. Oh shit. That's pretty cool. Okay, the history of the Isle of Despair. Geographical and magical properties of the Isle of Despair. A brief history of the dreaded penal colony. Oh! Oh shit, we're gonna be reading about Australia. Hell yeah! By Sir Isaac Thrush, Esquire. The Isle of Despair, an overview. It has long been debated as to who first discovered the peculiar properties of Australia and how it came to be used as a prison colony. There are historians who attribute this discovery the first master mages of Tula, others who believe the elves found it during their journeys before their eventual building of Kuntara. In any case, it is well documented that Australia has housed Arcanum's most diabolical social element for well over 400 years, and that it is a perfect environment for the element due to both its geographical and magical properties. Geographically, Australia is perfect for housing criminals and derelicts. Oh no! Being that it is surrounded by water, with the nearest coast almost 1,000 miles to the east. 400 years doesn't fit, looks like Scotland. Fuck, we're swapping to Scotland then. Geographically, Scotland is perfect for housing criminal. God, it's not better. Being that it is surrounded by water, with the nearest coast almost 1,000 miles to the east, there is little danger of its inhabitants swimming to the mainland. The isle itself is situated between 3 strong ocean subcurrents. Consequently, the waters around the island are invariably rough and violently crash upon the rock shore both day and night. Massive whirlpools are known to appear suddenly and without warning. There is an account of 3 Ashburian merchant ships being swallowed by one of these very whirlpools in 1783. Nah, it's definitely Australia. But it is not only the geographical characteristics of Australia that make it the perfect prison. Inexplicably, the island seems to negate certain types of magical practices, but most importantly, those of the Conveyance College. Mages find it impossible to transport themselves from Australia's surface to the mainland. Various theories have been postulated concerning this phenomena. Some scientists believe that the island itself sits upon a massive vein of mithril ore. Mithril, having the ability to harbor magical flows, might just be the cause behind this most curious distortion. Also true, not with mithril, but Australia did have a lot of ores. Distortion. Archaeologists have theorized that Australia might once have harbored an ancient civilization that used an early form of technology, and that old ruins might exist beneath Australia's surface to verify that fact. Both theories might be scientifically sound, but none has yet been proven. Regardless, Australia will continue to harbor our social convicts until the day comes when its vagaries are no longer sufficient, or until we as a society no longer have the need for it. Holy shit. Okay. That one was considerably shorter. Nice. Oh, okay. Please tell me the next one doesn't have as much stuff. It is great. The writing is great, don't get me wrong. It's just a lot of reading. From me, because I'm reading aloud. If I was reading in my head, it'd be fine, but reading aloud is genuinely... It's a lot. Oh, okay, it's only 2. Fuck. We're gonna have to give these, Do you have any more room? Not really. Okay. Second. Probably best I don't give them a rifle. So, the Journal of Henry Dovern. It occurs to me that there is something not quite right in the world these days. Oh, you know it's gonna be good. When I was a lad, we knew respect for our elders, and for authority too. Oh my god, it's gonna be a boomer rant. Woo! Here we go. Hit me with it. We knew wrong from right, and which monsters were causing it. An orc was an orc, an ogre, and better a sword in each than to worry about where their laggard ancestors came from. These days, it seems such common concerns are too mystical for the young rabble-rousers who go about calling themselves scientists and freethinkers. Those blighters with no free thought if a mage zapped it into them. Drat and bother. Now, I'm shouting at my journal. The events of today have left me quite put out, it seems. Why they should, when these circumstances were so minor, I do not know. Should I ever come back through these pages to reminisce of this day, I will no doubt be puzzled even as to what I was annoyed about. I must therefore order my thoughts and start at the start. What the fuck does that mean? Boothby? Boothby? My loyal retainer had served me breakfast over the campfire. Looking back on it now, the tea was not as warm as it should have been, and the eggs too runny for my tastes. It was most unusual, considering Boothby's skilled, if somewhat simple-minded service. Sure signs, perhaps, of a bad day dawning. As the previous pages of this journal state, I was returning from a successful 2-day manhunt for the blackguard Horatio Grimwell, a sorcerer, a cad, and a cheat, who some gossips claimed was known to practice the foulest of necromantic tricks. Needless to say, Boothby and I chased him down and gave him the right proper thrashing he deserved. At around midday, we had returned to our town's outskirts. I don't know about my half-breed servant, but I, for one, was quite looking forward to a long and hot bath. It was as we approached the gates that Boothby pointed out what appeared to be a carnival in one of the nearby fields. I was as curious as the common man, I must admit, so with my ogreish companion in tow, I went to see what all the fuss was about. What I witnessed there was a shameless display of chicanery. A huckster mage claimed, I can scarcely write it down here from my own outraged disbelief, to be able to make a large wheel, turned through neither magic nor muscle, but through something else called science. Sheer nonsense. Granted, the man's wheel did move, thanks to some kind of a hissing magical apparatus that was attached to it by means of a lengthy belt. But what wonder is there in that? How is this technology any less magical than a necromancer's night's work in a cemetery? What makes a whistling wizard any more special than a good old-fashioned wand? As if such shenanigans were not insult enough, I then overheard some of the youths engaged in a debate of whether orcs were related to humans. And what next, I ask? Theories that dragons evolved from parakeets? Or that elves come from the same stock as humans? What a grand joke this science thing is. Really, it's quite ridiculous. Why the city guard chose not to run blighters like that, and I'll never know. Fucking amazing. I wish I could drink today, but no, I need to be a responsible adult. These stories would fit some imbibing. Eviscerate the Bourgeoisie by Wizard Tyrell. Poppycock. Exactly, Erek. Thank you. Oh. Treatise on the causes of diseases. Oh, it's gonna be some good old-fashioned outdated biology and medicine. Oh, I love that. Let's go. Let me guess. We're gonna get some, what was it called? I don't know what it's called in English. Fuck. In Portuguese, we call it, geração espontânea. Spontaneous generation? Spontaneous... I don't know how to say it in English. A philosophical treatise as to the causes of disease, utilizing new findings in natural science, in addition to drawings on the advice of the esteemed master Barnhouse at the Hall of Applied Magics in Tula, by Sir Thomas M. Hennessy. In these fine days of reason, which we today find ourselves, many things often trouble us. Likewise, with these wondrous tools that wisdom has given us, we try to solve them. If we can create a steam engine that does the work of 50 men, why can't these sniffles be dealt with similarly? The problem of the sniffles, it could seem, are more difficult to overcome than those of engines. Though this may be glib, and it is in fact true. Thus, people today are faced with a curious quandary. Do I miss another day at the banking house, or visit the practitioners of the art at the university? Why is it that today, while we leave behind useless superstitions and try, as a civilization, to raise ourselves up higher, is it that we must still bow to him of the bat's blood and crushed herbs when dealing with that which ails us? No offense intended, I assure you, to these esteemed practitioners of the arts. To clarify, what has held back a systematic and reasoned look at our very health. Needless to say, this is a problem that has concerned me since my days as a student at dear Tarant University. My dear mother, in fact, passed away from an illness only months before my arrival there. It was then that I decided to focus on the healing sciences instead of the chemical that I had previously endeavored. Shocked was I to find upon my arrival that compared to the chemical sciences, the therapeutic sciences were enormously underfunded, perhaps because the science of health had less monetary worth than the science of blunderbuss. Despite this, I forged ahead in my studies with a drive that impressed both my fellow students and my professors, but I think they eventually became tired of my voice ceaselessly asking, why? Why is it that the fluid built so quickly in her lungs? Why was he fine just this morn, but in the evening had developed advanced consumption? Why don't you have responses to questions that concern the health of every living thing in the land? With the lack of information available from the realms of science, I turned instead in desperation to the realm of the arts, scouring every tome they had, but unfortunately there were not many on disease. Most unfortunately, most of this information was less than helpful. It was then that I encountered by chance the esteemed Master Barnhouse, who was at this time studying at Tula and vacationing in Tarant. It was he who told that these works were indeed useless, and that what I needed was not the practice of practicing the art, but the theory. It is now that I must my deepest thanks to Master Barnhouse, for I could not have made these discoveries without him. When I had told him of my difficulties in attaining works such as that in what I thought was the massive Tarantan library, he chuckled, saying, "Would you purchase swords in a butcher's shop? Then why search for spells in a place such as this?" Then with a muttered word and sweep of the hand, he whisked us both to the Hall of Knowledge in Tula. There I gasped at the sight of a truly massive library, and devoted in large part to the theory and application of the arts. Here my studies became earnest, and though I spent only a few months there, my heartfelt appreciation must go out to everyone who helped me there, but mostly again to my dear friend Master Barnhouse. What I learned was fascinating to say the least. In this grand library I learned of mystical chirurgeons, who had spent centuries studying diseases and their causes. Most of the texts focused on one thing I found to be particularly illustrative, that when the will is focused to heal a person inflicted with a plague such as the pox or consumption, the will must drive out demons which seek to destroy the body. At first, I dismissed this as superstitious hogwash, but on further examination, the texts explained that since the demons could not be seen even under magical examination, they must be far smaller than could be seen with the naked eye. Oh shit! They accidentally got to the right answer through the wrong means. I love that. I fucking love that. Oh, that's brilliant. Magic discovered my microbes and bacteria accidentally and called them little demons. Oh, that's adorable. It was that phrase, smaller than could be seen with the naked eye, that sparked a thought in my head. It was a friend of mine from the university who had mentioned that his professor, a learned man who had devoted much time to the science of chemistry, had developed a clear curved looking glass that could make faraway things appear much closer. Could this looking glass make small things appear larger too? With that thought, I returned with all possible haste to Tarant, to some bereavement of the good Sir Barnhouse, who by this time thought I could become an excellent mage, and sought out the professor. Fortunately, I found the professor to be more than interested in the task I told him, and proceeded with much haste to construct the contraption we were devising. His name, I should mention to give him due credit, is Sir Francis Crick. When I looked through this contraption the first time, I must confess I was amazed. Before me I had placed a small cross slice of animal tissue above a mirror to reflect the sunlight, but when I peered through the view hole I saw row upon row of tiny ovalish objects, to which I shall refer to from now on as cells, a name that carries an important meaning. But I was further stunned when I realized that many of these cells still moved. The tissue, I should point out, had been removed only minutes beforehand. Then I had a proverbial brainstorm. They were taken freshly from a dead animal. They moved and were, it seemed, the principal makeup of the rat they had come from. They were alive. The stunning thought nearly threw me from my lather, but even had I broken all 24 lenses I looked through and every bone in my body, it would not have mattered. I looked through. Oh, for now everything made sense, like why cuts heal and children grow. All living organisms must be composed of these, I reasoned later that night. We are not single beings, but a multitude, all working in concert. Within scant days, I had published my findings, opened my discovery to scientific questioning. Refer, if you desire, to my previous paper, a philosophical treatise as to the nature of living organisms and the role of viewing lenses in discovering this with the advice of the esteemed Professor Crick. At this point, I must confess that under my newfound fame and admiration of my discovery, I let my original desire of investigation languish. Now that I was living an easy life, I was not so concerned with that of my fellow men, who still languished in the grip of fluxes. But soon I returned and began a detailed explanation as to the causes of sickness. In addition to honor she who gave me life, I devote this study to the disease that took my mother, consumption. The first step was to recover fresh tissue from those recently diseased of this disease, and this step was unfortunately easy. All that was necessary, in fact, was to visit a nearby hospital, where citizens of every stripe were dying of it, despite earnest help from both surgeons and sorcerers. After this, I began an earnest examination of the tissue with the cricoscope at the university. What I found was disturbing. In the lung tissue particularly, there was much to see. In these tissues, I could see that the cells were in ill repair, choked with fluid and blood. Some were even burst, and it was these that I examined most intently. But in them I saw nothing. Such a dilemma this. How was it that cells could go from healthy to dead in a matter of hours? But the answer were there stark as the moon, only waiting for my eye to notice. When I observed entirely healthy tissue, supplied by an unfortunate bout of drinking and attempted spellcasting, that came into contact with infected, a fascinating change occurred. The once healthy tissue began to warp and then burst exactly like those from the infected tissue. However, it is at this point that I must confess my failure. Though I have come this far to the point of pinpointing their methods of infection, I have reached the limits of the cricoscope. No matter what dyes and amplifications I use, it cannot see deep enough into the depths of the cell, not until a new revolution occurs in the realm of viewing lenses. To allow examination at unprecedented depths, will we look upon these demons face to face. Fucking chills, bro. That is so cool! Fuck! Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm gonna fucking nerd the fuck out. Oh, I have a little bit of a background in biology, okay? This is so cool. Fuck. What an amazing fucking retelling of like the real world history of like the invention of microscopes and the discovery of cells, and oh my god, it's so good. Who the fuck wrote this? Who the fuck wrote this? Oh my god. That is amazing. That is actually fucking amazing. Oh, fucking chills, bro. That was awesome. That was awesome. The fuck wrote this, bro? That is also quite accurate. I know! That's why it's amazing. It was incredibly fucking, like, it was just the perfect amount of accuracy and references to the real life equivalent of the story, basically. And then incorporating it into the world of Arcanum. So, like, he has a lot of help from this, initially from this, like, from the, like, magical dudes and everything, right? Until they give him the idea of the little tiny demons. And it's like, ah, it's so cool! That's so cool, man. Do you guys want to play the game from chat while I drink some water and relax my voice for a few minutes, please? I think I'm gonna let you guys play in chat a little. If you guys don't mind. I need to relax my voice a little. 1 second. Chat is gonna play Baba. Baba. Oh. Ba. Ba. There we go. Okay. You can all thank Arek because, yeah, because Arek paid for you guys to be able to do this, okay? Now, here we go again. I'm gonna try this. Here we go. Let's hope it works. This time, properly. Da-da-da. Here we go. Oh no! Remember, there's a control called undo for these situations. Good job. No. So the predicate is you basically just means this is the thing which you control as the player. What you've just written is I control Baba, but there is no Baba in this game, in this current level, so you cannot control anything. Baba is when? There is no Baba. What's the point? You don't need to be Baba. You can be anything. There is no Baba. Exactly. It's okay for you to be the wall. In order for you to win, you just have to make sure that whatever it is that your wall is win, then that would work, sure. As long as wall is you and wall is win, as long as both are true, then you would win, yeah. That's one way. You might want to undo this, though, because you're stuck. Okay, I'll help. Or wall is you and the flag is win. So I'm gonna override you for a second. You can just do flag is win. See? Now I am the wall. I can just walk into a flag. There you go. Ta-da! The other people in chat can play too. It's not just Arik. Everyone can play. They're being shy. Everyone's being shy. It's okay. I understand. Yeah, go ahead, team. Oh, God bless. Everyone's lurking and stuff, that's why. It's okay. Right, 3. I'm thinking I'll do some work on the controls to make it easier to do multiple pushes. I might do a control that's just, you know, left 3 and it actually presses 3 times left, just to make things easier for you guys. Hey. Terrell is like, yeah, just do this, but he's not doing anything. Oh. Jesus Christ. It's not one, it's just right. It's right and down. Sometimes we put a number 2 to prevent the Twitch's spam filter bullshit. That's not how you spell down. There you go. It's right 2, not right 1. There you go. It's just because of the spam filter. But I'll have to work on that. There we go. Almost there, almost there. Terrell is almost there. Try not to fall in the water. Hey! Good fucking job, bro. Good fucking job. Okay, I'm just gonna open this, and then I'm gonna leave. Wait, I have a button for that. There we go. It's a pain in the ass. Yeah, I'll try to make it a little better. It was a lot of work to set it up, even as it is right now, okay? It's a little bit of a pain, I know, but it was hard enough to set it up as it is. Oh, okay. It's not gonna work anymore. Add DOM next time. What's that? In theory, I can do this for you guys with any game that is like keyboard only. As long as the controls are very simple. An old text game? Yeah, I can't let you guys have a text game because you could type anything. Multi-input. I can actually do multi-input. I can. Don't you worry, buddy. I can. What it cannot be is like anything that has very rapid input. Then it might be a little harder. Anyway, we were at the final part of reading. Back to the reading club? Hell yeah. I promised someone yesterday that I would read the fucking books, and I don't regret it. I'm having a blast, but holy fuck, my voice. I can already hear it in my voice. I can feel it, that it's like a little strained. Oh. Oh god fucking damn it. Arcanum, please. Please. OBS, detect the game, you piece of sh... Please, will you fucking detect the game? There we go. Little shit. Chad is gonna play Baba. There we go. Right. So we finished those ones. Fuck. Okay. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. I can do this. I can do this. Suit from the gods. The gods give us suit. A philosophical and scientific essay. I'm gonna kill someone. What does one perceive these days in the streets of Tarant? To be certain, there are shops, inns, men of high blood, respectable women, and of course, street hawkers and urchins. Or perchance, one notices the great machines that now thrust Tarant into leadership in Arcanum, and into what some have called a valiant new era, leaving far behind the obsolete traditions of the arcane arts and magics. Glorious, and let one suddenly realize that his or her feet are weary, so sit on the nearest bench, or lean against the nearest wall. Soon, however, one finds the new unfortunate quintessence of Tarant suit, clinging to one's coat or dress. For as surely as Tarantians make progress, we also make messes in our rather formidable new era. May the reader, however, avoid hasty judgments, for I intend to show with undisputable logic that the march of nature and technology over magic towards progress is inevitable, such that even suit is necessary to the ends of progress. I understood the gods give us soup. You know what? The gods should give us soup. They should give us a lot more soup. I could go for some fucking soup right now. Progress, by which I mean improving technology and the strengthening of natural laws, is an inevitable process. I propose that this is clearly evident in the natural laws themselves. Consider the following. A weak fortress will keep out sheep, but not marauding rogues. And yet, if the keeper of the fortress is able, he will strengthen his walls and his gate when he sees the rogues approaching. The invaders of the fortress of nature are those who subvert nature through the exertion of will. The mages. Through the course of eternity, only 4 outcomes between nature and magic are possible. They balance each other, they're mutually annihilated. Magic suppresses nature, nature suppresses magic. I shall address them one at a time. The first possible resolution between nature and magic through eternity is that they always balance each other, an even match. This demands either equal power between nature and magic across the entire universe, or at any given time equal portions of the universe governed by only one. Science has shown that where magic and technology convene, a small rift forms in space, that is, literally a boundary between the universe and a separate, yet connected sub-universe governed by magic. Fortunately, the rift is so small that it does not affect the universe at a catastrophic level. The sub-universe, however, only exists for as long as will exerts itself over nature, and when the rift recedes, the world is as it was before, run by natural law. The rift acts as a pruning of the universe. It cuts off what is not natural. Thus, the universe as we know it will not stand for this kind of balance, for what is not natural It purges until your nature rules again. Incidentally, the rift is the basis for the construction of devices which can detect the use of magic nearby through the inability of two internal instruments to interact with each other as the rift passes between them. Oh my god, that's genius. Oh, that is so genius. You defeated swimmer Charybdis and swimmer Scylla. Funny. Incidentally, the rift... Okay. The otherworldly effect of strong magics are also thought to be caused by rifts that are growing or shrinking in width, as opposed to intensity or strength, as nothing is a state and therefore cannot become any more or less nothing. Although there is not as yet a firm explanation for this behavior, the apparent impermanence of the rift is also mystery, one which the mages of Tula have been less than forthcoming in exploring. The second possibility, that magic and nature annihilate each other, is actually a restatement of the universal balance hypothesis noted above. This is the case because at that point, nature stops functioning on a universal level, and the magic that causes it to fail must be exerting itself universally with an equal strength. The universe is transformed into an infinite rift, and being ceases to be. Note that this surpasses even matter and energy, for mysteriously, nothingness itself ceases to be. Furthermore, the wielder of such formidable skill would be required to apply his will equally and fully over the entire universe. Even in theory, this is a patent impossibility. Understand that magic, and this is an important point, if it could be exerted at this level, would be fundamentally all-powerful and yet necessarily self-destructive. O great mage, I cry, save yourself, and he would be unable. This contradiction implies that only the existence of natural law allows nature to be bent and broken by magic, which then must be decisively bound to nature, yet not so nature to the magic's influence within this universe and the adjoining subuniverses. The third possibility between magic and nature, through eternity, that magic defeats nature outright, is at this point rather improbable. For magic to overpower nature permanently requires a perfect will, one that can comprehend the entire universe at one thought, as described above. In other words, one must be an omniscient god. Far be it from me to deny the gods their right to do as they please with the universe, but they are not natural. Those with spiritual inclinations will claim the gods to be the likely suspects in the very creation of nature. Will the gods then tear their own order and present it to pitifully small creatures to rule by inclination? Or, if it was not the gods, but pure chance, as some have recently suggested, is not even chance enabled to rescind what it has declared enduring? Magic's victory would be counterfeit through gods and impossible through chance. In summary, an eternal localized balance is impossible because the rift exists. Annihilation is impossible because men are not gods, and magic's victory is dubious because the gods are not men. Thus the reader is left with but one option, that in the ultimate end, through eternity incomprehensible and marvelous nature will reign supreme. Through eternity incomprehensible and marvelous, nature will reign supreme. Magic may be strong now, but as time passes, the infinite reserves of nature will weaken it even more, evermore. Magic might or might not ever pass completely from the world, but nature has granted itself victory. Having arrived at this conclusion through incontrovertible logic and reasoning, the question remains why suit, the bane of modern Tarant, is necessary for progress. I cannot deny the many unfortunate effects that distress our fine city because of suit. But suit and other unexpected side effects of technology are beneficial to the causes of progress in nature because they are the problems that progress overcomes. The gods in their wisdom or chance in its capriciousness require trouble in the universe as a singular mechanism for improvement. If problems were to ever cease, there would no longer be any direction in which to progress. Thus, it is more correct to say that suit is necessary because progress has not yet run its course, the natural course to perfection. Steampunk accelerationists, yeah. God damn. Psychological treatise of intolerance. Oh no. We started with scientific racism. It looks like we're going to be nearing the end with it, too. Oh my god! Treatise on the Psychological Ramifications of Intolerance on Those of Half-Orcish Nature by Malcolm Ray. It is a sad fact of life that our instinctive reaction towards orcs is one of dire hatred. Men's strife with the orcish race is more than can be accounted for by competition for resources or living space. But orcs are not just reviled by us of human persuasion. The elves will go out of their frivolous, distant, and haughty ways to hunt orcs, and dwarves hold no compunctions about a little orc slaughter. The orcs seem the recipient of a universal curse, whereupon they are treated with disrespect and intolerance more so than any other race. Barring the barbaric ogres, orcs, no matter their intent or purpose, are automatically viewed with distrust, contempt, and in some areas, open hostility. This hostility, not confined simply to pure-blooded orcs, extends to any with orcish blood, no matter how thin. I refer here, of course, to half-orcs. The only true misfits in our rapidly advancing world of technology are the half-orcs. Different from the more common orcs, they are possessed of more humanly acceptable features, and with an increased cranial capacity are more intelligent than even the cleverest of orcish chieftains. Yet, for these differences, they are seen as worse than orcs in our human eyes. Many humans simply do not wish to acknowledge that a clear-thinking person would willingly mate with the nasty, brutish, and hateful orc species. I realize, however, that this type of mutually pairing is not the most common case by which a half-orc is conceived. It is yet another sad fact of life that the majority of half-orcs are formed by carnal rape of a human female by an orcish male. It should be noted, however, that this proves nothing about the character of the orcish race, for many human males commit the assault of rape, and like orcs, do not limit this act just to their species. Many of you may remember the infamous Wool Raiser, that nefarious bandit who kept many fearing for the safety of their sheep and other livestock. No comments. It must be known, though, that there are many mutually consenting and happy couples of mixed orcs and humans. Even though mainstream humanity shuns and turns a blind eye to these couples, they do exist. My wife, who is of orcish descent, and I have been married happily for these past 24 years, and in that time she has borne me a pair of twins. It has been in the watching of the development of my 2 half-orcish sons that I have been able to gather the observations compiled herein this tome. I shall now begin by giving the reader the stereotypical view of a half-orc, as taken as a direct quote from a recent editorial letter in my local newspaper, the Tarantian. Not the sheep. Yep, that's some Welsh races. Right. I shall now begin by giving the... Half-orcs are violent, quick to anger, and slow to forgive. They are only able to outsmart the dullards, the orcs themselves, and perhaps the occasional ogre. In any rate, a half-orc surely cannot hope to match wits with a normal human, nor would a half-orc be able to pass as a normal human, what with their ghastly teeth and countenance. While the latter's author remarks about a half-orc's appearance are unkind, they are true. The majority of half-orcs are unable to pass as a normal human due to their decidedly orcish features. The remarks about a half-orc's temperament are painfully true. Most half-orcs are prone to violence and fits of rage. I am convinced, however, that this violent outlook is due not only to a half-orc's upbringing, but is also directly due to the intolerance, ridicule, scorn, and outright hatred that they are treated with in society. The remarks about a half-orc's intelligence, however, are untrue, as a half-orc's intellect easily rivals that of a human. While watching my sons grow up, I was surprised at the different personalities they developed. Jonathan was looked after by a doting half-ogre nanny, whilst my other son, Simon, chose instead to go to a mainstream human school. Ogden, our ogre nanny, was very gentle with young Jonathan. As he remained at home for his schooling, Ogden and I were able to teach him many life lessons, such as treating others as you yourself wish to be treated, and showing respect and fairness in your dealings in all things. I tutored him myself and allowed the boy access to my study, where numerous tomes were kept. Jonathan was an apt pupil, consuming whole books and always wanting to know more. He enjoyed various word games, and even as a young boy was very articulate in his writings. Under pen names, I even allowed him to write editorials to our newspaper, the Tarantian. He literally ran a fucking twin study on his own kids. I question the ethics, but I cannot deny the effectiveness. It is a fucking twin study. I mean, goddamn. It's just, probably not a thing you should be doing to your kids. Simon's first day of school resulted in my child becoming involved in a bit of fisticuffs due to a racial slur thrown at him by his teacher. After that, Simon simply stopped going to school. Instead began to explore the more orcish section of our city of Tarant. From these orcs, Simon got a different sort of education, one of fear and desire for retaliation at those who kept the half-orcs so low. He became bitter towards humans, unable to control his temper or refrain from fights. He refused to continue attendance of school again, saying that all he learned was how much the rest of the world hated him. He went on to suggest that he might as well hate it back. He was especially vengeful towards humans for making him feel lower than Chamberpot spillage. His hatred towards humans grew to the point where he refused to follow my commands, his reason being that I was one of them. At this point, Simon was barely 14. At 15, when Simon reached puberty and some of his overtly orcish characteristics began to more heavily manifest themselves, he found that the loathing directed towards him grew. As now there was no doubt as to the orcish half of his parentage, what with his increased growths of hair about his face and eyebrows, his gaining the more distinctive orcish canine teeth, and more importantly, his increased body and muscle mass. Simon put this increased muscle mass to good use, joining one of the numerous half-orc street gangs, and began to participate in crimes too numerous to count. He stopped returning home at the age of 17 when I confronted him with his actions. I have not seen my 22-year-old son for 5 years. I can only hope he is still alive and has not fallen prone to one of the numerous occasions of human mob anti-orc violence. Puberty hit Jonathan less hard. True, he manifested the same orcish elements physically, but since he had a much more reduced exposure to the public than Simon, he did not develop some of Simon's more destructive tendencies at this time, and instead continued his studies. Jonathan had a growing interest at the rise of technology, and remarked to me many times that he would have liked to follow an education and career in this field, perhaps even attending the Athenaeum itself. Unfortunately, this was not to be. When Jonathan went out to find himself gainful employment, he was confronted with the same bigotry as Simon. Worse, in fact, because Jonathan applied for lofty jobs, ones that humans felt could never have been done correctly by an uppity half-orc. The only jobs Jonathan could find open to him were menial ones, not requiring his intellect, but rather his muscles. Having an intellect was in fact a hindrance, for Jonathan knew that there was better employment available. As it was, Jonathan was forced to become one of Tarant's many street cleaners. Over time he became bitter, like his brother, as he was forced to endure the jeers of many Tarant city-goers as he carried out his work. He was also assaulted many times by gangs of young human toughs who delighted in showing him his place. Earlier this year, the harassment grew to a point where Jonathan, too, has joined one of the half-orc gangs, and like his brother, has cut off contact with me. It pained me to see Jonathan grow so bitter, like his brother, and forced to work in such a low position, where his education was wasted. I wish that he find happiness in whatever endeavor he has now set himself upon, yet I somehow instinctively know he will find none. If Jonathan had been able to pursue his dreams of technology, I dare say he could have even rivaled the master technologists of our days. This is where the myth of half-orc stupidity becomes glaringly incorrect. Half-orcs are as intelligent as humans. They're only ignorant when no one will afford them the same education given to us humans. An unschooled human may be ignorant, but he's not necessarily stupid. Half-orcs are also not ever given access to stimulating or high-paying jobs, but are instead forced into becoming chimney sweeps and basic factory workers. The reasons there are no affluent half-orcs is not because they are stupid, lazy, or unskilled. There is obviously something very wrong with our human society today, if it can ridicule a race of people so talented and intelligent as the half-orcs, purely due to their mixed parentage. Even regular orcs seem to be treated less harshly, for they at least are natural creatures to most humans. A half-orc must seem to be an abomination. But by continuing the oppression of orcs and half-orcs, our society is only cultivating a growing culture of violence, as half-orcs are forced to lash out at a society that refuses to recognize them as equals. Dwarves, halflings, gnomes, and even the arrogant elves are treated as equals, so why cannot our half-orc sons and daughters be treated in the same manner? How can we as a society hope to maintain peace in this rapidly changing era of conflicting old magics and new technologies if we cannot even make peace with our half-orcish brethren? I feel that it is only a matter of time before this bitterness and resentment towards us explodes onto a much larger scale that the whole world will regret. Don't you dare say it's not true. Shut the fuck up, Terrell. Elven supremacy. The elves are the best. Elves are hot. I love elves. Okay, I thought we were about to read something about scientific racism, and don't get me wrong, you can see in a lot of those words, this is so fucking accurate, I love it. You can see in this man's words, despite the fact that that was probably the most progressive fucking book we've read so far, on the orcish question. I'm throwing up because Orcish Question is a reference to a very real life sentence expression which the Nazis used. I'm not throwing up because of the ogres or the orcs. I'm throwing up because this is a fucking reference to Nazi propaganda. So anyway, point is, that was the most like progressive thing we've read so far, but he still had a bunch of lines in there that were incredibly racist, which is accurate to real life progression of racial stuff, just of racial politics and cultural racism and stuff, is that even at different points in history, like even the most fucking progressive motherfucker of his time would still have some assumptions in his head that were fucking racist, just not all of them. He didn't subscribe to, or she did not subscribe to all of the racist assumptions, just some of them. And you see that in this book, and that's fairly accurate. It definitely isn't just a German thing. Oh, definitely not. You do understand that this was the truth of all black people for forever. This is the all of the stuff that is being written here is obviously based off of black people and how they were treated in real life. Yes. I'm aware. Like, everything that you're seeing written about these, like, orc stuff, this is very, 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 very heavily based off of writings that we do have historically of what people said and thought about black people. I'm aware. Oops. Woo! Oh, we're reading poem now. We're reading a fucking poem. The smoke and the crowding, I swore. Okay. Away from the smoke and the crowding I soar, troubled by illness and hunger no more. Goodbye to the city, farewell to the slum. To forests and fresh air and freedom I come. Behind me pollution and poisonous air, the orcs and the gnomes and the folk who don't care. The Hadrian River, polluted and dead, killed off by the wastes that the factories shed. Up over the rooftops, past tall throats of flame. Technology, chaos, it all looks the same. They say that it's progress, and good for us all, but all that I see is this nightmarish sprawl. Onwards away through perpetual gloom, the sun is outdone by industrial bloom. The stars in the sky are obscured by thick smoke, which falls back to earth and makes everyone choke. Much faster I fly, leaving all this behind. I go with a curse for the faults of mankind. Sorry? Someone just followed? Someone whose name is Napalm. Cool. Cool fucking name. True magic remains as the one hope for peace. Not science or steam, all this progress must cease. My homeland awaits me, mysterial fair. The natural beauty of woodland lies there. I just can't explain it if you haven't seen how lovely it is living surrounded by green. O people of Tarant, obsessed with your fire, with watching explosions and sparks floating higher. How can this compare with the love lights at night, the amorous males of Simtala in flight? I sit in my tree, watching nature go by. The love of it all brings a tear to my eye. A curse from my lips as my time here expires. My spell isn't endless despite my desires. So back to my body, my soul's image flies, as each time before, a small piece of me dies. I swear by my fathers, your city will pay. The debt grows much larger with each passing day. Oh, okay, Quirin. I do wonder who Quirin is. It sounds like he's probably an elf. The stench and the filth that the city throws out is something Arcanum would best do without. But here I must stay, till my mission's complete. To leave you would mean I'm admitting defeat. So now, having seen this, you know of my hate. By the time that you read it, it's already too late. Quirin. Aren't you cute? Whew! Last one. It's the last one, guys. How long has it been? Okay, 2.5 hours in this shit. Holy fuck. Today is the reading stream. Today, everyone sit the fuck down with your best cup of fucking hot cocoa, because I'm reading. Oh, God. Of the frequency and history of dread armor. Scientific ruminations on the origins of ancient artifacts, Dr. William Wiggins Bends. Yes, Harris? Do you need something? Do you want something? Oh shit, she wants dinner. I'll be right back. Wait. Ah! What? God damn it. Stop scratching me, you goofball. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, something's broken? What's broken? Let's see. It failed to start. Interesting. Well, I can fix that. Yep, there you go. Should work now. I'm prepping my own dinner, so I'll be right back. I'm so proud of this community. Oh, Kibdillis is playing. I am back, but I'm still waiting for my food. It's heating up in the microwave behind me, so I will watch you guys struggle. No, it's not about Wallace Stop. Personally, I have a favorite way of changing this one. Of doing this one, but yeah. If I recall correctly, there's more than one solution for this one. I think. Oh, that's my food behind me. Hi, guys. I can see at least 3 different ways one could win this. It's not right 1, it's right 2. I'll have to fix that. Hey, miss, get out of there. God damn it. Oh, what happened? Exclamation mark undo. I stopped myself from being playable? Yes. So the predicate is you determines what the player is. But since you broke it, there was nothing, you know, being the player. That is an existential crisis you're giving me here. Okay, give me a second. So there's a couple of ways. We can do a couple of things. If I recall correctly, I think you can do this one. Let me just check though. Lava is push. Yeah, so you can push lava, right? That's one option. But we also have... I'm just gonna undo real quick. So I believe my favorite one was... what was it? I think it's like this. Hold up. Just give me a second. Was it this? There we go. We are all Baba. Baba is many. We are legion. This is my favorite solution to this one. It is very fun. We are Baba. Baba Yaga. Exactly. But anyway, my food is ready. The cat's been fed. So I will end your little fun now. Plop. We're done. It's definitely a way to keep chat entertained while I'm away. What game is that? It's called Baba Is You. That's the name of the game. It's really fun. Did you create it? No. God, no. It is a very fun game when you're a software developer, because the logic of the puzzles of the game is very similar to programming logic, basically. So for me, it's just fun. Okay, let's open up Arcanum again. That you can disable yourself is crazy. It's pretty cool. You can give yourself an existential crisis and thus crash the fucking... Not crash, but break the game, basically. Okay. Insert yourself into the game. No, because Baba is a... Baba is, it's an object. It's a thing. Whereas you is basically an attribute. It basically means Baba is playable. Playable You cannot say playable is Baba, because playable is not a noun. It's an adverb? Adjective? Adjective. Adjective, I think. Anyway, point is, you get me. It's like language. If you try to do you is Baba, it will not work. The game will just ignore the instruction. There are 3 components in that game. The agents, you know, the things that have traits. The word is, and then the traits. And all sentences that are formed in a game are always agent is trait, and never anything else. Of course it won't work, because I will be in the game. Okay, last one. Here we go. Of the frequency and history of dread armor. We already read that part. Dread armor. What is it? It is not infrequently that a country farmer will be tilling his fields and unearth an old shield whose leather straps are rotted away, but whose metal still shines as the day it was forged. Nor is it none other than commonplace that a city businessman might unearth a helmet with similar characteristics in the dirt of his basement's foundation. These ancient pieces of armor, all bearing the same strange insignia, are found throughout Arcanum. Over the years, due to the dark and insidious nature of their emblem, they have been given a name: Dread Armor. What do we know of this dread armor? Historians from around the world have been researching this enigmatic phenomena for years. Logic would dictate that an intelligent man begin at the most distinctive feature, the emblem. All dread armor bears the symbol of an eagle with a snake's head. Extensive iconographical research has divulged little in the way of enlightenment concerning this talisman. Various cultures and subcultures of the millennia have taken both the eagle and the snake as their representative symbols, but none in recorded history have taken them together. Various rumors among circles less interested in science, more with the childish fantastic, have attributed this symbol to what is most often called the Darien Ka, or Ancient Order of the Dead. Such claims are little more than wild speculation, as such a group has never been proven to exist, much less to forge their own armors. Various experiments upon the metal itself have shown that it has enhanced magical properties. Experts in the field attribute the flows to dark necromancy, as well as minute traces of the force and elemental colleges. The exact age of the armor is unknown, but modern techniques have placed it near the Age of Legends. Dread armor has been found in almost every part of Arcanum, from the upper reaches of the Stonewall Mountains to the Dark Fens. The Honorable Quentin Payne, renowned explorer from the century last, purportedly found a full set of dread armor on one of his forays into the Vendigroth wastes. Perhaps, in the future, history will be so kind as to shed some light on this most peculiar mystery. Until that time, we can only guess at the reasons behind the mystery of dread armor. There we go. That's it. We read everything. Ah! Finally. Oh my god. Ma'am. Ma'am, I read everything. Are you proud of me, ma'am? Ma'am, are you proud of me? Ma'am, you fucking suck.
How can I help you?
You can't. What the? Okay, well, that was interesting. Right. Wait, that one's not dead? Allow me to rectify that real quick. There we go. Why wasn't he dead? Weird. Oh, look, he's got shoes. No one lost their weapon, did they? You still have your weapon. You still have your weapon. You still have your weapon. Okay, everyone's fine. It's all fine. Why the fuck did we just get attacked randomly? Is it because of all the racist books we were reading about orcs? Is that why? Feels bad. God damn it. Damn it, it's jammed. Here we go again. Oh shit, here we go again. What is it, Eris? Why are we yelling at Mom? What did Mom do this time? What crime have I committed in your eyes? I have fed you. Yes. Meowed you too. What? What do you want? Go annoy your dad. Again, this is gonna be one of those that I just can't unjam. I give up. Whatever it is, I'm sure it's not that important. Oh, this is the skulls guy. This is the reason I came here. Okay, bro, I have your skulls. What do you want to do with them? It is dangerous to have these skulls. I do not care. I will pay you double of my original offer, 200. I'm going to commence my research right away. Thank you so much for your help. I am departing. So he's the guy who knows about religions. We've done this one. Ah, interesting. Mechanical manuals. How interesting. From 100 to 300 real quick. I noticed. So I just need to figure out, can I give him the skulls and then get them back? Or is this exclusive, an exclusive... Because I have someone else who wants the skulls. Damn it, Eris. What's the name of this dude? Benjamin something. Gershwin. Oh, the dude whose post I've been following to make sure I'm not missing any quests, he did not know about this quest. He does not have it in his list. Fair enough. Oh, are they attacking me because I have the skulls? Is that why they're attacking me? I just dropped my weapon. Fuck. Did one of you pick it up? Oh, he did. Thank God. I have too much stuff, bro. I only have 3 dots. Oh, there's more. Fuck. That's it. We can't carry any more things, so they need to stop attacking us. Hello, Mr. De Cesar. So I finished Zero, Xenos 2, and the ending is really similar to the Goth Gamer Nation game you did a couple weeks back. Oh, that's cool. I brought you the skulls. This is the break we've been looking for. I can tell you what I know, and a man named Arthur Tarant can fill you in on the rest. Some years ago, bizarre breeding experiments were begun in secret, which would eventually affect the balance of power here in Tarant. The Renard twins were the first viable offspring produced by these experiments. Their skulls are simply the first piece in a long chain of evidence we're gathering to expose them all. Who's doing this? What was the purpose of these experiments? I have told you all I dare. Tyron can fill you in on the rest. I need you to bring him the skulls, if you would. It'd be far too dangerous for me to search him out. He was in Blackroot, last I knew. I remember, but I don't think he's there anymore. He's not in Blackroot. I'll say that they were closer to us than I thought, so close in fact that he didn't even leave his new location encoded in that note. Please keep looking for him. It is imperative he receives those skulls. So I'm gonna have to keep them? Ugh, fuck. Okay, we need to go sleep the night and then sell a bunch of shit, because we have way too much stuff on us. I have been told, though, that these chests that are in the inn, you can use them as storage because they do not despawn. I have been told. I don't know if it's true. We can find out. Let's throw a bunch of stuff I don't give a fuck about that's like not unique items. I did not click that. Come the fuck on. There we go. so that was his inventory. Let's try his. Go. Hi, Eris. No. No. Get out. Get away, Kitty. I don't trust you. You're gonna steal my food. Fuck off. Don't fucking meow at me, little shit. She thinks she's fucking clever. But I know her ways. Fine. Okay. Much better. We save. Last one. Go. Okay. Okay, I have not dropped anything I didn't mean to. Don't think so. That's it. That's everything. We've dropped everything. Now, things I am comfortable with selling. These... Basically anything repeated. Okay. There's a cat sniffing my foot again. It's tickling me. There we go. We can sell these. I think. Nice. It even self sorts. Convenient. Okay, let's go sell this shit. Maybe after we sleep. There we go. We have some shit to sell. Some of it, I'm guessing we can sell... Oh, not here. That wasn't... No, it's here. Yes. The tailor. Okay, that's it for him. Now it's him. He's general store, so hopefully at least some of it can be sold to him. Okay, some of it can. Not the weapons, but the shitty clothes. Okay, now who would buy the weapons that are rusty? It's either gonna be the... No. It's either gonna be some kind of blacksmith. There. And if it's not the blacksmith, then it's gonna be the dude who buys junk. The junk seller, buyer, whatever dude. Junk tradesman. Yeah, okay, it's the junk dealer. Yeah, okay. Let's go. Come on, game. There we go. Hello, Mr. Junk Dealer. I would like to trade in junk. Yeah, there we go. Why every other rusty dagger, but not this one in particular? What? Oh, it might be because it's not in pristine condition. Hmm. Well, you can have it then. On the floor. You figure it out. Damn it! He picked it up. I saw that, you dumbass. Don't pick up the shit I drop, bro. There. Put it in the rubbish. Now they can't pick it up. I'm very environmentally conscious, okay? We don't throw rubbish on the trash, on the floor, we put it in the trash bin. There was one location I have not bothered to go to. This one, this giant one. Debug menu 1. What? I didn't... Did I click something? Did I click something? Cheater. I don't think I clicked anything! What the fuck did I... mean hilarious, but like, can I get out of this menu? Can I get out of this menu? Thank you. How did I even open that? What did I double clicked something. It happened again. It's when I double click Virgil. What? Why is it that double clicking Virgil does that suddenly? Because I used to double click Virgil all the time. To like, you know, when I move the camera too far and I don't know how to get the camera back on my character, I just double click Virgil. But now it opens the fucking menu. What have I done? Virgil, what's going on? Virgil? Virgil's just the fucking menu now. What? What if I'm sorry, I need to turn this off. I need to be able to talk to Virgil. What the fuck? Arcanum. How do I turn it off? I can see plenty of people. Apparently it's because you're wearing the ring you found at the beginning of the game and didn't talk to Virgil. Oh, that explains it, because I put on the ring earlier. Okay, no. Jesus Christ, Virgil, can I...
What is it that you want
Oh,
of me?
thank God you're back. You have no idea what just happened. I tried to talk to you and you turned into a fucking debug menu. This is why magic's a problem. This is why we need technology. Or maybe it's the other way around. This is why technology is a problem. We need to return to magic. They took my boy Virgil. Replaced him with a debug menu. What the fuck? What's this one? Oh, this one was pretty cool. This one had a bunch of references and stuff. That was a fun one. It's not where I want to go. Ooh, magical stuff. Hell yeah. That's some good stuff. Oh wait, I still have my food here. I should eat. Oh, there's the dread armor again. We've read about this. Creep armor? Oh! Dorian amulet. The oil thieves leather is actually kind of tempting to make my No, wait, it's pickpocket, not lockpick. Then it's fucking useless. How cool do I look? I'm sorry. What? I'm not really wearing a lot, am I? Don't think I like this. Scroll of Resurrect? Oh god, that's expensive. Fuck me, holy shit. What can I help you with? Interested in trading goods. Haggle. High quality armor, weaponry of a magical nature. Ooh. He wasn't joking. The Sword of Air. Wow. That looks cool. Damn! My boy's got some cool shit. Dragon skin leather. I'm tempted. That looks pretty cool. He's got some really cool shit, bro. I could give myself a shield. That's probably not bad. Oh, I love scimitars. Ooh, Sword of Defense AC plus 15. That would be good for me. Because then I can walk around with my complete and utter lack of AC. That might be smart, actually. The plate mail, though, is so cool. Okay, I kind of want to just, you know, try out a few things. I do not have enough money? What do you mean I don't have enough money? How dare you? The audacity of this bitch. I mean, it's true, but like, you know, fuck him. Crit hit plus 10%. That's pretty cool. It's pretty fucking cool. I'll take that. don't have enough money for that. Speed +4, that's also pretty cool. No, it's pickpocket. Fuck. I was hoping for lockpick. Okay, we're just gonna try these ones out. Okay. It gives me so much defense, bro. Can I wear this? I can. What do I look like? Whoa! I am hot. No, I'd rather not, thank you. But it's cool though. Does anyone else want to wear this? I don't think the big boy can wear it, but it would be cool if you could. Oh, this thing is in the way. No, he can't. No, he cannot wear it. Okay. Okay. 21. But it gives them 10% crit. Which is pretty good. 21 to 24, fatigue 21 to 30, 85%. That definitely has more damage, but this one has the higher crit potential. Oh, the axe of strength, though. (24 to 35). 27. They're almost the same. Other than the fact that it just gives him more strength and constitution, of course. What does constitution do again? Constitution determines fatigue and resistance to poison and some spells. Yeah, there you go. He gets an extra point. Which is cool, although kind of pointless in his case. Okay. I'm guessing this is too big for him. (2 to 13, fatigue 2 to 10. No, not inventory. Character sheet. He's mostly about dexterity, although he has a few points in strength. He's mostly a dexterity dude. Yeah. Hmm. Oops. Wait, no, this is magical. That's bad for him. Yeah, the charmed ring doesn't really work for him. Can you wear it? You can. There you go, buddy. Okay. Now you. Well, he needs a staff, right? I'm gonna reload that before I wasted all that money. I think the sword for myself is probably worth it. But other than that, yeah. Okay. I'll get myself the sword to give me AC to, you know, justify my dumbassery. But other than that, it's probably not worth it. Okay. There you go. Carry my burdens. You are sworn to carry my burdens. Ah! He grabbed it immediately. Motherfucker. Oh, wait. We need to take this off of him. As I came to find out. It is fucking pointless on him. There we go. Oh, hello, very small person. Do I need you? Apparently not. Was that a... There was a big ugly dog up there. The fuck was that? The House of Dark Magic. I want to go in. Let me in. Come on. Let me in. When can I go in? Do I have to wait until dark? Is that it? Is that the fucking pun? Come on. I want to go in. Let me in. What do you mean I can't go into the House of Dark Magic? I like dark magic. Come on. Yay, it's open. It's only open at certain hours, I guess. Cool crystal ball, bro. There's a cool puppy over there. Hi. How's a good boy? You're a good boy. Offensive magic, dark necromancy. Fuck yeah. Ooh, bow of terror. That sounds pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. Dread armor. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Gleam's helm. Huh. I mean, the bow of terror is pretty cool. But other than that... I mean, it is pretty cool, though, so I am gonna grab it. I'm gonna sell my regular bow. I'll just keep the bow of terror. Thank you, ma'am. Much appreciated. Who can I sell a bow to? Probably this dude. As soon as it's morning. Nice. There we go. Oh, he has the small plate mail. Oh, I might grab that from you, bro. You didn't have that last time I was here, bro. Maybe you didn't. I just didn't see it, which is entirely possible. Okay, let's see. Can I give you guys this stuff? Not for myself, because I don't want that, but for you motherfuckers. You got the wee little helmet. Can you have these?
What are you doing? Those are mine. My grandfather gave me those. They're my only connection to my lost clan. Give them back right now. Damn outlanders. Never any respect for another dwarf's property.
Sorry, it was an accident. I took his gloves and he was very upsetty spaghetti about it.
What is it that you want of me?
Nothing. I was trying to talk to the shopkeeper and I accidentally clicked on you. Okay. Can I give you a helmet? I can! Look at you. That's amazing. Ah. AC 6, CR 8. Then D plus 10. Hey, look at that. We managed to give him proper armor. Alright, so that's 32. That's 42. So now he's an actual little... He's like a little dink. He's like a little dink. Oh, you little dink. If he heard me say that, he'd fuck me up. Well, he'd try. Dwarven gauntlets. Oh, interesting. AC 3, DR5, D7. Well, it's definitely got more D, whatever that means. Wait a minute, is it what I think it is? Hold up. No. You. Damage 1 through 8. No. So what the fuck is this D plus 7? I thought it'd be damage, D for damage. I guess it's damage if you weren't using a weapon? Like if you're just using your fists? Yeah, I think so. Through 5. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Okay, then it's irrelevant as long as he has a weapon, so this is better. Well, you're not interested in a small guard leather? Okay. It's a little weird, but okay. Who wants small guard leather then? Fuck. It's gonna have to be the junk dude again. Yeah. Might be. Sir, would you like some small guard leather? You would. Nice. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Okay, I think we're good. I think I'm good. I'm happy. Map of the Tarantian sewers. in Black Root. He was not there though. That's the problem. Okay, so what else do we have? I think now we've pretty much been everywhere in Tarant, so it might be a good idea for me to start looking at the list and just doing things on the list by order in which they appear, kind of a thing. Let's see. Okay. Miss Cassandra wants you to steal the elven funerary stones. We already refused to do that. Retrieve his wedding ring from the sewers. We already did that one. Information about the strange ring from Gilbert Bates. We have to do the main quest. Well, we have been avoiding it for a very long time. Maybe now it won't be that bad. She says, unconvincingly. Just making sure I didn't forget anything. Shut the fuck up, Magnus. Oh, look at Magnus. He's so... It's adorable.
How can I help you? What do you need to know? This is Tarant, my friend. How can I help you? What would you like me to do? How can I help? What do you need beyond the rumors of murder?
Here we are. Hi, buddy. Okay. Who are you to trespass in the halls of our business establishment? Identify yourself immediately. I need information. We've already done all this.
How dare you speak of treaties with these creatures? Will you ignore the crimes? Fine. If I must, I will fight them, even alone. But I ask you one last time, please, join...
that didn't end well for you, no, did it? Dumbass. Maybe we can get the information we need after we kill them. Maybe they have something in their pockets that gives us the information. Maybe? Oh, there it is. I should have saved before I... God damn it. Go. There we go. We saved. Yeah, that was considerably easier than the last 50 times we tried. And died instantly. Fair enough. Fair enough. Cool robes, bro. How's the game? Easy. That's how. It's easy. A key. I have a bad feeling about this motherfucker. He's gonna rise up and try to kill me, isn't he? Looks pretty soulful. I like the inventory. It's something. Come on. Do you have the Speak with Dead spell? No, I don't. I was thinking about that as well. Damn it. I've jammed it again. I should have made a necromancer. You'd think someone like him would think with the thought of that, you know? You'd think. But I didn't. Cool broadsword, bro. I've been playing this new MMO named Monsters and Memories. It's like an EQ style indie MMO. Cute. Telegram. Benjamin Bates for his son Gilbert. We got it, guys. Says the telegram, then it'll arrive. Stops in where to your instructions. Gilbert Bates. GB. Gilbert Bates. We got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Fuck yeah. I don't have... Speak with the spirit of a target corpse upon which it is cast. I'm so tempted to... Maybe I should just put some points in that, you know? Maybe I should. And then we can come back here. Maybe a scroll? There was that one necromancer we saw earlier who sold stuff at 2 a.m. Maybe he sells one of these. Maybe we can get a conjure spirit from him. Maybe. We can try. Okay. We're going on a mission, guys. We're going on a fucking mission. I got invited to the closed beta as soon as I applied to it because I said the magic words, I am Australian, so I can test the connection since the game is based in America. Fucking brilliant. Oh, damn it. Anyway. Okay. We're going on a mission. I've never not been invited to a beta using that line. So true. That makes a lot of sense to me, actually.
Thank you, my friend, for fighting by my side.
You're welcome.
I'd like to share something with you. My family name. The name of my family is Shale Fist, and I, Magnus Shale Fist, am grateful to you. The dwarves of this clan would also be grateful to you, were they not long dead. No, I don't think so. I so wanted to find a clue as to who or where that I came from. But I don't think these dwarves are my lost clan.
I'm sorry. Don't give up hope here.
I won't, my friend.
Aww.
I guess I can keep looking. In any case, would you mind if I continue traveling with you?
Not at all, buddy.
That's good. You can always use a dwarf in your party. That's what I always say. They're usually the only level heads in the bunch. Yes, let's do so.
Aw. He's such a sweetie. I love him. Let's see if we can get a scroll to talk to the dead. The game was really slow there for a second. Concerning. Are we a necromancer yet? No, but I'm about to take a step in that direction actually. You came at a good time, buddy. There it is. That's the necromancy shop. We need a scroll to talk to the dead. It's complicated. Aren't dwarves known for being like angry, stubborn little freaks that dig into the earth greedily until they unleash an evil that destroys them? Doesn't sound that level-headed to me. I don't think any of the races can lay claim to level-headedness. In fact, I'm fairly certain that's just an individualist trait. Now we have to wait until whatever ungodly hour of the fucking night, this thing opens. There we go. 2 a.m. I was right. Hello, sir. Do you have a speak with dead scroll? Nightmare, resurrection. That's really cool, bro. Call winds. No. Fuck. Oh. Sad. 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 Well, I guess we'll just come back when we have the scroll. When we have the spell itself. Maybe. If we're lucky. The only level-headed race is an Ngati godlike, because when they turn into their hammerhead shark from form, you can align your spirit level on top of them. God fucking damn it. I only know one Ngati godlike, and he was anything but level-headed. But I guess if you're defining level-headed that way, you're technically correct. Somewhat. Okay, we'll just have to make a mental note, and we'll come back there later when we have the spell. We're gonna build necromancy, okay? We will. As soon as I stop putting points into charisma, we will build necromancy. It'll happen, I promise. Eventually. Anyway, we should probably sell these robes to whoever buys them. Who the fuck buys these robes anyway? Do you, sir? Can we? No, but I'm guessing maybe him. Sir, would you like to buy my robes? Nope. You all suck. You know that, right? Ooh, can you identify some shit for me? Who's Gilbert Bates? Can you identify some shit for me? Do I have to go to the wise woman? I think I do. These games look like shit in a way that is very appealing to me. If you haven't played this game yet, bro, you should. This is Arcanum. This is literally the fucking predecessor to Pillars of Eternity. If you have not yet played this game, you should be playing it. As a Pillars of Eternity fan, this is a very obvious predecessor. You can clearly tell that some of the people who worked in this game worked on Pillars, and that's all I'm gonna fucking say. Wait, wrong place. Wait, who the fuck are you? Need healing. Need healing. Need healing. Anyway, that's not it. Robes. Maybe this dude wants the robes? It might just be a general store kind of thing. Like 6 people left alive who've played both Pillars and Arcanum and can also remember them well enough to notice how they're similar. So that's probably why I never heard anyone say that before. That's fair. Does anyone want to buy this giant fucking broadsword from me? I'd appreciate it, truly. I find it really fucking funny how, like, the way it integrates fantasy races into modern stereotypes also reminds me of Shadowrun. I've never played that game, so I wouldn't be able to say anything. There we go. I need to stop Diablo 2 gooning and start CRPG gooning. I agree. But as I was saying... what was I saying? Oh, so I have this, like, long-standing theory, right? That... every time someone like Tim Kaine goes, oh, there's just not enough of an audience for an Arcanum revival, you know, remake, whatever. I have a long-standing theory that that's complete fucking bullshit, because we saw what happened with Bloodlines 2. Bloodlines was also supposedly very niche, and then Bloodlines 2 gets announced, and suddenly everyone was hyped. Like, way bigger of an audience than you would have initially thought, considering how niche Bloodlines 1 was. I think the same would happen with Arcanum with a good enough marketing. Now, more recently, I've had this theory put to a mild test, because I made some Arcanum shorts. I have one Arcanum short currently on my YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. And that one Arcanum short it's doing well. There are a lot of people showing up and being like, oh my god, I haven't heard about this in so long. Arcanum Revival when? When are we getting a sequel? Blah, blah, blah. Like, I think that the same thing that happened with Bloodlines would happen with Arcanum if they just did some proper fucking marketing.
What is it you want?
Then again, Obsidian is notoriously shite at marketing their games. So, you know. When people say there isn't an audience for X, they usually mean we don't want to market this weird-ass game. Can't you just make a new Halo or Skyrim or GTA or something? Yeah, kinda. Shadowrun Dragonfall is quite good. The OG is a bit meh, and I haven't played Hong Kong, but I think you'd enjoy Dragonfall. Well, I'm playing Arcanum right now. Depending on... I don't know how big this game is. If it's anything like Pillars, we're gonna be here for a while. The next game I have in line is in April. We are getting beta access to Owlcat's latest game, Mass Effect inspired thing. I have finally caved in. I bought it. I bought the fucking beta access. I did it. God damn it. So that's April 22nd, I think. So we're gonna be playing that. And then after that, I think I'm just gonna take a teeny tiny break from this insanity and just go back to my comfort game that is Pathfinder Kingmaker, because we were playing Kingmaker and then we got interrupted by all these releases. And then I ended up playing Arcanum out of petty vengeance. I got annoyed. I got annoyed at Solasta. I was like, fuck it, I'm playing Arcanum. So yeah, I think once we're done with all this madness, I'm gonna just continue our run of Pathfinder Kingmaker for a little bit, so I can relax with something that is familiar and comforting. Okay, that was Bates. What else? Fuck, I have an unidentified dagger. Wait. I have an emerald necklace. Ooh, pretty. We're gonna wear it. I think my group is going to play a tabletop version of Kingmaker after this current campaign. That's cool. Josh Sawyer said too, one day executives just decide these games are weird and old, nobody wants them anymore, so they stop marketing them, and then imagine my shock the audience doesn't turn up to buy them. Yeah, I know. I know. But if you're looking to get to see him, you won't waste your time. Recluse, no one gets to see him from what I've heard. If you want a good laugh, though, look up old Cedric Appleby, his chief competitor. He lives at 1 Low Dervish Way, on the corner of Dervish and Lion's Head Circle. He hates old Gilbert, sends him into a complete frenzy if you mention Bates' name to him. He's always trying to describe Bates somehow or other. Why? Jealousy. Bates is a genius. Appleby can't make a decent steam engine to save his life. I see. Thank you, ma'am. That was way more information than I asked. Remember Paul Joseph Watson, what a classic character, when he would say, imagine my shock, and soy boys with a weird emphasis. I know! Ah, what an absolute joke of a man. I think my group is... But yeah, I know. There's a reason games like Bills of Eternity and just CRPGs in general have like a long history of being, how do you say, crowdfunded. Because it's the only way you're gonna get around the fucking executives being retarded about it. Just fucking crowdfund that shit. Problem solved. Like, if I could get my hands on the fucking Arcanum IP, you can damn well believe I'd fucking crowdfund that shit. But the problem is that the Arcanum IP is currently owned by Microsoft, so, you know, good luck getting them to fucking sell it. Oh, that's it. There it is. Appleby Residence. Hello, sir. Would you like to talk? It's kind of loud in here, sir. Who might I have the pleasure of addressing? My displeasure would be immeasurable were I to believe you actually did not know of the genius of Cedric Appleby. Few can bask in my presence and not be humbled. You are the Cedric Appleby? That is correct, madam. Cedric Appleby, scholar, gentleman, businessman, owner of the second largest steam engine company in all of Tarant. Why aren't you the largest? Is that damn charlatan Bates being hailed as a hero? I spit on him. His intelligence is but that of a gnat's compared to mine. He's a common thief. I've known him since childhood until he began consorting with the dwarves. They gave him the steam engine, I'm sure of it. Everyone thinks he invented it. He stole everything from me. I know for certain he hired mages to read my thoughts for all his designs. I can count the instances I've been envisioning my newest invention, and he produces it. What do you need? Clear to someone of my advanced ability or intellectual difficulty following my reasoning. Consider this a preamble to the inevitable rumination of one Gilbert Bates, as well as a test of your trustworthiness. I accept your proposal. Why? I shall return when the job is completed. Stupendous. Here's some dynamite to expedite your mission of destruction. His factory is in close proximity to his house. You can't miss it. At the tail end of 10 Hands Alley, to be precise about it. Okay. Can we get the fuck out of here? My ears. My ears. Oh my god. Oh. I love that when everyone was cartoon character in 2016. Lol, did you watch the video about Arcanum and why Microsoft are hoarding the IP? Yeah, I've watched the video. I have a short about it. Or possible reason he gave for it. I know. I believe they could make Arcanum in the Dishonored universe. Just need to add in the dwarves, but the steampunk magic shit and era's on the mark. Fantasy enough. Fair enough. Jesus Christ. Chuka was there to snap the intruder's neck. Mr. Bates' bodyguard. Mr. Bates saved his life somehow years ago. Chuka has been at his side ever since. Okay, I've been given yet another quest for Mr. Bates. Oh, God. Oh, I have a dynamite now. Cool. Oh, there's a cat. Jesus. Okay. My friend says about a day when everyone is made to account for things they've done, evil things, like holding on to Arcanum because it's good to add to your taxes even though you don't plan to do anything with it. I get that. Can I talk to you about the way you treat your fucking workers? Apparently the answer is no. No, I cannot. I'm just gonna save here. Bates Factory. Factory. There we go. Factory. Like, if you're thinking in Arcanum, it's like, think about Obsidian, right? They are also currently, you know, owned by Microsoft, and they were allowed to make Pentiment. There's no way Pentiment was an easy sell, right? There's no way. It's a completely new IP, right? It's a 2D side scroller. It's like historic. There's nothing about Pentiment that must have been an easy sell to get the execs at Microsoft to be like, yeah, you should totally make that game. Which means somehow they managed to convince them. I don't know how, but they did. There's some shenanigans in there that's like, okay, maybe it's like, oh, for every relatively, you know, simple, easy to sell game, we let you make one weird one, or some fucking bullshit like that. Okay, there's some way in which Obsidian's managed to convince them to make games like Pentiment every now and then. So all I'm saying is, in theory, maybe they could do the same with Arcanum. I can't imagine a remake of Arcanum being that expensive. Surely. I say. The more I find out about the occult, the more it feels like 40k lore is historically accurate. Probably because it was wicked cheap and they wanted to keep Sawyer happy. Well, then I think, again, like I said, I think you could, I think if anyone could, because Obsidian is within Microsoft and so is the Arcanum IP, if anyone was going to be able to pull it off, I think it would have to be Obsidian. Also because Tim Kaine is there. Right now. You can go on his LinkedIn. He's there. So is a bunch of other people, actually. John, I forgot his name. But there's a bunch of, like, the OG Obsidian people that are currently back at Obsidian. And it would be really, really cool if they could just, you know, use this wonderful moment in history to just make a remake of Arcanum. I think Arcanum is a game, like, maybe once I get to the end I'll change my mind on this, but I do feel like Arcanum is a game that, like, could really, really, really use a remake more than a sequel or anything else, like a genuine remake. Imagine some insect-tribe praying mantis-looking guy in a suit having to explain that he made the decision to hold on to a beloved IP so he could write off taxes. It's like a child with cancer was prayed every day for a new Arcanum game and he has to explain that to him. Bro, as I said when I made a short about that topic, and so people started talking about that in the comments and stuff, and I was like, financial incentives and art have never mixed very well. Okay? It's never been a great mixture. you guys move? Thanks. Okay, we're not fucking lockpicking that, I guess. Okay. So that's a nope. Ah, it's loud. Cool stuff, bro. Okay, so he said that the saboteurs come during the evening or something. Are you a Lord of the Rings movie fan, by the way, or even book fan? I think I watched the Lord of the Rings movies when I was a kid. And I've read The Hobbit. I think. All of these things happened a while ago. That's why I'm not 100% sure. I don't trust memories when they're too old. Speaking of evil things in the world, why? Two new films coming out. One sounds okay but unnecessary and probably a bad idea. The other sounds absolutely wretched and it's written by Stephen Colbert, of all people. Oh, they're making new movies? Interesting. I was not aware of this. Oh! You're stippling on some bits of shit per the original trilogy. Well, anything that they make is not going to alter the original trilogy. You'll always have access to the original trilogy. If they make something else, they make something else. And you can watch it, and if it sucks, it sucks. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Oh, you'll not defeat anyone like that, friend.
Are you blind? What in God's... I mean, better luck next time.
Whoops. Okay, but that worked though. Feeling like a little part of my enjoyment in the original that something dies when there's like a terrible new thing added onto it. It's not being added onto it though. That's the thing. It's a separate thing. Think of it as a spin-off. You can ignore its existence if you don't like it. Like Dragon Age 4 you know, I just ignore its existence. And that one's not even a spin-off. That's a sequel. I just ignore it happened. There we go. We got him. I knew they were gonna be using magic. Of course they were. Motherfuckers. Motherfucker. There we go. Nice. Look at these dumbasses. Hey, buddy. I did your job for you. Hey, buddy. 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 Thank you for your help, citizen. You're fucking welcome, bitch. Let's go. So compared to movies, actually expanding on the original Fellowship of the Ring in a weird way. It's like a framing device to re-add in sections of the story that were cut in the original movie because they're having flashbacks and remembering that. That's just fucking weird. Yeah, I'll just ignore it. Come back in the morning. Why? You know I'm just gonna wait until morning, right? I'm just gonna stand right here in front of you. I have removed the saboteurs. Thank the gods. I thought we would never get rid of them. Please go inside, Mr. Bates. We'll be anxious to thank you. My sincere thanks, my good sir. Ah, let's go. Finally. Mr. Bates. Bam. Look at me. I'm behind the mansion castle thing. Okay. Whoa. Woo. That's cool. That's pretty fucking neat, if you ask me. Hello, manservant. What do you want? Your mom. What about you? No? Hello, Mr. Manservant. You look like you're probably a cook. How do you do? I'm quite well, actually. Thank you for asking. You're like the nicest person. Okay, no, that guy also did say good day to you, citizen, so he was pretty nice. Can I steal his shit? Fuck! I can. And it's unlocked? It's all mine. This music always lifts my spirits. Understandable. I will happily ignore it. I ignore the Amazon TV show, and I legit just remember sometimes that I never watched that show, and I have no idea what happens in it or any of the details, and it fills me with a prideful joyness. I wish I did that for The Hobbit, too. The Hobbit had a few cool moments, but... The Hobbit, wait, hold up. No, The Hobbit brought upon us something worth watching. That one elf dude. Oh, I forgot his name. He's so fucking hot. Oh, I forgot his fucking name. The elf dude. I forgot his name. I'm sorry. I'm so bad with names. Give me a second. Thranduil. Oh my god, Thranduil. Bruh. Holy shit. I think the lead makeup artist should be fired for that guy's eyebrows. Fuck off, bro. His eyebrows are regal. His eyebrows are a statement, okay? Nah, he's awesome. Large men's servant uniform. I'll steal that. Wait, no, I'm stealing from the men servants. Wait, I shouldn't do that. That's rude. Virgil, get the fuck out of my way. Pretty. I guess I probably shouldn't steal from them. A statement by two caterpillars which are mistaken for his eyebrows. Don't be mean. People have thick eyebrows. Oh, that's where the other side of this tunnel is. We found the other side of this tunnel the other day. Oh, that's so cool. That's where it leads. So cool, bro. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, did I just step on a bunch of traps? Well, I'll be stepping on a lot more, don't you worry. Oh, stop complaining. I wouldn't mind that much, but they're like shoe polish black too. Well, maybe that's his natural color. As long as it's not one lengthy eyebrow. So true. Damn it. There we go. Fucking nailed it. Okay, how many more traps am I gonna jump on? Not many.
I've been seriously hurt, madam.
You'll be
Please help
fine.
me.
Relax, will you? See, you're fine.
What is it that you want of me?
How's your armor? Oh, you're fine. You pussy. It's very highbrow and elevated. Oh, sorry. I just love that expression. I don't even know who you're talking about. There's a character with that too. He's like a comic relief character who dresses up as a woman and shakes his bags of gold like they're his boobs. It's very highbrow and elevated. Oh, Jesus, no. No, thank you. Come on, character, honey. You know you can do this. Come on. There you go. Good job, sweetie. I'm so proud of you. Okay, no, I'm not. Damn it. Wait, what the fuck? There we go. Thanks, buddy. Did someone just get shot? I got shot. I got fucking shot. This might sound rude in a brush or something, but I just remembered something I want to ask you. You're a person who will probably have good information about it. Go for it, I guess. We'll see. I should probably sell this shit. Just hit an ad, though. That's what you get for not being subscribed, sir. That's what you fucking get. Oh god, I just remembered the infamous rant, the infamous Twitch rant of that one lady. Oh, about people not being subscribed. Oh, it was so bad. I'm pretty sure it was a joke, though. I'm pretty sure she did it as a joke. It was so bad, though. Bless her heart, though. Sorry, my autism's kicking in. Just give me a second. Fuck. Fuck! Thank you. Damn it. Fine. Do you know how people talk about masking with autism and stuff? Do you have any experience with that or know much about it or whatever? I have both experience and am somewhat knowledgeable on it. I'm of course not a psychiatrist, but what's your question? There we go. Do you do it yourself? For the most part, if you're someone who's autistic, it's almost an inevitability that you will mask to some extent. Like, you just kind of have to. Masking is you, like, you know, toning down your most autistic traits that you know are going to be annoying to non-autistic people, basically, and then putting on certain behaviors or certain, yeah, and then like basically acting certain behaviors just to make yourself more palatable to non-autistic people. And the problem with masking is that to some extent you could argue, like, everyone somewhat alters their behavior to live in a society. The problem is that when you're autistic, the amount of alterations that you have to make is so much greater. It can be exhausting. Imagine with autism, it's the severity of it. It's fucking bad. And if you have to mask, like, at home, because, like, a neurotypical person would not necessarily have to, quote-unquote, mask, right? Code switch, whatever you want to call it. They wouldn't have to do that when they're at home, or when they're with like, their partner or whatever, right? Like, with people they're comfortable with. If you're autistic, there's a chance you'd have to do it even then. Like, fucking A. It's very exhausting. It's very, like, mentally takes a huge toll, depending on how much you do it, basically. And also, depending on how like self-aware you are of it and a bunch of other things, you could have a really hard time with your sense of identity, of like you've worn the mask for so long you're not even sure what's under it, kind of a thing. That's a very real danger, that you'll just lose all fucking sense of self, and you are the 5 trillion fucking masks that you wear, and you completely just lose yourself in it. It's not great. And this is coming, in my case, on a more personal note, in my case it's weird because I am very theatrical by nature. Like, that's not me masking. My very theatrical way of speaking is me being autistic. Because I enjoy being like that. It sparks joy. I like being like that, right? That's not me masking. That's me wearing a mask by choice. That's me wearing a mask that is actually me, really, because that is what I enjoy. Masking, though, it's the easiest way is it's the masks you wear that you wish you didn't have to. It's the masks you wear that drain your energy. Whereas, like, the theatricalness with which I oftentimes speak and behave, it does not wear me. It does not wear me out. I am happy to do it. It makes me happy. I prefer to act that way because it's the way I am. But when I'm masking, it's very... The line is very clear to me when I'm just being theatrical and when I'm actually masking, because God knows it's exhausting. The most obvious, I think, like one of the most obvious cases of masking is the default smile. So, one second. If I'm alone, or if I'm just like playing the game and I forget that I'm streaming and there's a camera on me, I will not smile. I will have my natural neutral tone of natural neutral facial expression, which, just like every other autistic woman, it gets read as, "Are you angry? Are you okay? You look very serious. Are you worried about something? Are you okay, honey?" It gets a lot of questions like that. And it's literally just me chilling. This face is the face of me having a great time. That is the face I have when I'm having a great time and I'm really happy. And that's all my face looks like. Me putting on a smile, like a small smile, when I'm just talking to people and interacting with the camera and stuff, that is masking. That is masking. As I have no interest in having to smile, and it is tiring. But alas, if I don't smile, people are like, "Are you angry? Are you okay?" I don't see my dad often. We're like kind of estranged, and I didn't grow up with him, but I saw him a few days ago, and he's so like me. It's kind of distressing because it's like a mirror that I don't particularly like looking into. I get that. Anyway, he's kind of autistic, not diagnosed. He has stereotypical autistical traits. I have the same. My dad's the same. And I'm gaslighting myself into thinking I've had autism all along, but I'm just masking it, and I kind of just take that as my identity. You don't have to gaslight yourself into anything. You can go to a fucking psychiatrist and have a chat with them. As part of the assessment with the psychiatrist is that you will also talk to a psychologist, and they will go over not who you currently are, but they will go over like the things that you struggled with as a kid, because that is when it's most obvious. That is how it was like it's really easy to diagnose me with both ADHD and autism, not based on who I am today, because now I make it an effort not to mask, but for a very long time I masked, and I masked really well, especially the ADHD. So the way that it was clocked was that they just asked me, "Okay, what were some of the things that you struggled with as a kid?" And I was like, "Well, I kept losing things. I lost things all the time. Constantly." And it's like, "Oh, why did you lose them?" And then I would explain, like, you know, the things that were going on in my head. And it's when you start explaining to the psychologist, like, what it is that you struggled with as a kid, and then the things that you did in order to possibly to ameliorate that as you grew up, and you might not even struggle with those things anymore, they will be able to pinpoint whether you do have it or do not have it, regardless of how much masking you might be able to do now. Because I assure you, when you were a kid, whether you thought so or not, you were not good at masking. And that is also why, when you get an ADHD diagnosis, and I assume it's the same for autism, they will ask you to have a parent in that conversation with you. Because they need to ask someone who was there when you were a kid, and who would know the answer to those questions just as well as you do, but who's an outsider perspective. It's very important to have them there. My mom, despite her not so great English, was in that meeting via my phone. She was in a phone call. She was on a fucking signal call with me while I was at the psychologist, so we could have that call. So she could answer the questions from the psychologist. And I was like translating into Portuguese for her. And she was just confirming everything. I was amazing at masking as a kid. I was not, and I didn't care to. I only really properly, heavily started masking when I got into, a little bit into uni, and then after uni into work, because work is where masking became an actual necessity. Yeah, I was a disaster as a kid, expelled from multiple schools, etc. Though I had way less social issues as a kid, it's kind of hard to distinguish between us and being asocial and kind of inconsiderate. Sweetheart, being asocial and kind of inconsiderate is a symptom. It is not a thing that you are, it is a thing that you act. You act as an asocial and inconsiderate person. I take issue with your description of yourself, but even if I were to assume it, even if I were to assume you're accurately describing yourself, you might have been asocial and inconsiderate, but why? Right? And that's where it's like, it could have been partially because of the autism or some other thing like that. But that's where psychiatrists, psychologists, proper diagnosis is important. Those motherfuckers know how to see through the bushel. They know how to see through the masking. Don't you fucking worry. So yeah. Now, because I am so good at masking, we shall spend the next several hours reading in-game books about racism. And then we'll spend the next several hours of me sorting my inventory so that it doesn't bother my brain. Let's fucking go. Oh man. That was me playing the Dark Heresy Alpha with the fucking with the little detective board with the lines. I couldn't stand having the lines cross. I don't 100% agree. There's shitty psychologists. Oh, no. Dulark. When I say what I say, I'm talking about a proper fucking professional. There's bad doctors of every kind. There's bad teachers. There's bad everything in every profession. Obviously, I am talking about people who are good at their profession. Right? A psychologist and a psychiatrist should be able to do all the things that I described. If they are not, they are shit at their fucking job and you should find another one. Damn it, are you kidding me? Oh, you stop shooting at me. I just have this thing where I don't really connect with people intimately. I'm not like socially inept or anything. It's just like I have no desire to maintain friendships or have relationships or anything because it seems burdensome and I feel like I'm supposed to get something out of it, but I don't. Not asking for your opinion or for you to diagnose or anything. Just saying like I don't know what that is or whether it's an autistic adjacent thing or what. What you're describing could be. It's not necessarily like a thing in and of itself. It could simply be the consequence of some, like, it could be the consequence of a million things, right? It's like downstream, exactly. It's like a lot of people with a lot of different mental health conditions can reach that conclusion, basically, that you have reached from completely different places. Like, it could be that you have some type of antisocial disorder. I don't wish to, again, I'm not a diagnosis people, what person, whatever, right? But far more likely is that you simply have some way lighter, way more harmless fucking, problem, and what the fuck have I done? And then because it has gone untreated for so long, and you have not had any like healthy coping mechanisms to help you form healthy relationships with people, down the line, 20, 30 years later, whatever the fuck, it has reached that state. Here's a fun fact. A lot of the criteria that is used for diagnosing both autism and ADHD is not actually autism or ADHD traits. They are the downstream consequences of untreated autism and untreated ADHD that that tend to show up in people. So they're not actually screening you for autism and ADHD. They're screening you for the common consequences of untreated autism and ADHD. So in theory, if you had autism or ADHD, but you were just really healthy mentally, like you've somehow stumbled upon a specific way of living that, you know, does not fuck with you too much, you could go completely unnoticed. But, you know, if you're at the psychiatrist's office, then you're probably not in that group. Is the consequences of masking for too long? That too. You never show your true self, so you have trouble connecting with people. That's a possible way, yep. And because masking takes effort, relationships that can work for you. The answer is being vulnerable and open. And a psychologist can help you get there. Exactly. Dulark is laying out one of the possible paths to lead you there. Absolutely. That is one of them. My dude, trust me, I got my fucking diagnosis when I was, what, 27? 27 years of my fucking life. I refused to go and get my fucking dumbass diagnosed because I'm an idiot, okay? My life has only improved since. I am so angry at myself for not having done it earlier. Every day of the fucking week. Bruh. I'm kind of worried that it feels burdensome because I'm kind of playing a character. How's it improved? Woo! Oh god. Bunch of things. So, I do not have as much of an issue with like the connection stuff. I feel like I got my diagnosis at 39. Bless your fucking heart. I wish you the best. Bro, no offense, but I don't want autism. Well, duh. No one wants to have any of these conditions. But whether you want to or not, you have them. You already have them, you know? It's not like the psychiatrist is going to give it to you. You already have it. And going around untreated is a trillion times worse for yourself and absolutely everyone around you. But especially for yourself. As for how it improved, well... goddamn. I don't know how to explain this, but, people think of the ADHD medication, like I have Elvans, which is, in America it's called Vyvanse. They think of it as like, oh, it just helps you focus. Nonsense. That is not what it does for me. It helps me be emotionally regulated. Which sounds like such a weird thing to say. That sounds like, isn't that the sort of thing you'd get out of like a depression medicine or something? Like, no. No. It is not. Because ADHD at its core is it's a problem with your brain's reward system. You know, the thing that uses dopamine for rewards and stuff. And when that little center in your brain doesn't work, it gives you a lot of problems. The focusing issue is just a very small part of it. And when you fix that little part of your brain with medicine, it very quickly and very effectively basically just fixes all of those problems. The chemical half of it, at least, gets instantly fucking fixed, and it's fucking brilliant. I don't even know how to describe it. It's like, people always describe it as like, oh, you can focus better now. There's fewer, you know, there's not as many thoughts in your head, so there's like a more toned down version of your thoughts. It's like, that is not how I experience it personally. I experience it as, if I was given one task to do, it felt insurmountable because I already had 5 trillion tasks in my mind that I was like, I also have to do those things. Oh my god, and this is another one. And now when I'm on medication and I get given one more thing to do, I just go, oh, it's one thing to do. And then I do it. And the background processes in my brain that are worrying about the 5 trillion other things I have to do, they're either not there at all, or they're there, but for some reason they just don't feel that bad. They just don't. My anxiety goes from 1 billion to 0, basically. My anxiety is just basically almost gone. Almost gone. And I always thought I was a very anxious person. Turns out it was the ADHD. So, the medication that is given to you for these types of conditions, it will not just work. It will work in ways that you would never think that they would. It's very, how do you say? Not, how do you say? It's just not what you'd expect, is the point. And some people will think you're a burden. You find people who like you for who you are. It doesn't mean I'm a slob, take me as I am, but I mean trying to be the most authentic version of you, dude. There's an easy answer, but you will feel better being in your own skin. Yeah. The way I describe this, usually it's as if I finally... There's a voice in my head that finally takes leadership and starts doing a triage between important and unimportant tasks. Wait, autism as medicine? Or is ADHD like the autism medicine? Oh, sorry. Autism and ADHD are... I have both in my case. There are... So, again, Jesus. There are some things that you can take for autism. It's not like you have... It's not like it cures your autism. Nothing cures ADHD and autism. What you can do is you can treat it one way or another depending on what parts of it you're struggling with. Although, specifically with autism, for the most part, that is a psychologist's job to help you. When with ADHD, it's both psychiatry and psychology. As in, both medicine and psychological accompaniment. Talks. Teaching. It's just that a lot of the people who have autism also have ADHD and vice versa. The two have a tendency to go together quite a lot. The comorbidity rate is through the roof. So yeah, I was diagnosed with ADHD by a shady clinic because it's too expensive to go through the legit route, but Vyvanse doesn't really do anything for me. I tried another one, it was the same. Kinda sucks. Well, if it doesn't do anything, then it doesn't do anything, but again. There's like 4 or 5 different ones. Well, there's more than that. Aren't autistic supposed to be bad at reading people and stuff? No. I'm kind of good at reading people. See, that's nonsense. I am very good at reading people. My brain is a pattern recognition machine like you wouldn't fucking believe it. I am exceedingly good at reading people. And I have autism. In fact, the autism is the reason I am exceedingly good at reading people. So, no. You don't go to shitty clinics for diagnosis. You can go there for the fun medication they can prescribe. But at the end of the day, Don Homer, the best thing that you can do is to go to a proper, to the best of your ability, go to a proper clinic, get into a talk with a psychologist, psychiatrist, whatever, try to figure out what it is that you have or do not have, because maybe you only have one of them, maybe you have both, maybe you have something else entirely. Just do it. Damn it! Fuck! Oh, okay, it was already open. Oh, thank God. Damn it. No! What do you mean armor broken? What do you mean armor broken? My dress! No! Fuck you. And your mother. Put on something else. Fuck you. You're taking away my dress, bitch. We'll give you a diagnosis for 1,000 session. Oh God.
Friend, I've been wounded terribly. Quickly, I need healing.
Uh-oh. Did you also lose your armor?
How can I help you?
No, you're fine. What the fuck? $40, $250, $100, $100, $100, $130, $40. Okay, they should be fine. It's just me, probably. Thanks for sharing the info. No problem. And as for your dad, my understanding is that both autism and ADHD are highly inheritable, so yeah. We are all our own biggest blind spots. I heard of an idea. We don't know how others see us. Not for sure we don't. That is true. Will you fucking lockpick? God damn it. This is my fault. This is my fault. This is my fault. Internally, autism is caused by the brain that thread information and input in a different way than usual. Externally, that can give a lot of different results. That's why it's a spectrum. Yeah. He ain't wrong. Damn it, there's another one. Ah! Come on. Bitch. Fuck. Nah. I remember you got your autism for free. In this economy, I need free autism too. I didn't get my autism for free. I went in for an ADHD diagnosis. And then the dude was like, the psychiatrist was like, I'm pretty fucking sure you also have autism. Do you want to do the actual full official diagnosis? And I was like, nah, no point. Your doctor gave you autism for free. Exactly, exactly. Oh, I just realized. So we could have gotten into this room through that underground passage, and then it leads you into the servants' room so you can disguise everyone in servants' costumes. So fucking smart. Completely useless, but yeah. Did you feel insulted when they said that? By the way, you're fucking autistic? No, I don't give a fuck. Why would I be insulted by... Anyway. Pretty sure you have autism. Whoa, did you just diagnose me as a nerd? Look, when you hear me say, and then the whatever person said, whatever follows that, it's not the exact words that person said, okay? I don't remember people's exact words. I have terrible memory. But yes, he diagnosed me as a nerd. For free! Oh, shit. Okay, there's Gilbert Bates. Is that supposed to be like Bill Gates? I just realized. I'm so fucking retarded. Well, like, if you didn't know beforehand, someone saying, I think you're autistic, it's like synonymous with saying, like, you're weird in a way that rises to being a disorder, and I'm noticing it. I feel like I'd be like, damn, if someone said that to me. No. No. It depends whether the person meant it as an insult or not, I guess. Oh, there's an ad? Can I steal real quick Just real quick. Damn it. Let me steal from the rich. Eat the billionaires. They're tasty. And I'm playing as an elf. Oh, fuck yeah. There we go. Oh, can you guys get out of the way? No, 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 no. Walk over there. Walk over there.
Sure, I'll do it right away.
Walk over there.
It is done.
There we go. Damn it. Alright, you're back. Well, I was just saying that I just disagree. Like, I don't think I would take that as an insult. Ever. But I will take it as an insult if the person meant it as an insult. I don't tend to take things as an insult unless people really mean it as such. Like, back in the olden days, people used to say gay as an insult, and to me that's hilarious. If you called me gay right now, I'd be like, well, yes. But only 50%. Having said that, if you called me gay and you meant it as an insult, I would take it as an insult, despite the fact that it's not an insult to me. It's about, you know, what people mean. On the topic of, but what if you didn't know, then I would be worried. I would wonder, do I have autism, I guess? Like, when someone's like, you have nice eyes, I feel insulted by it, because I feel like that's a compliment you give someone when you think they're ugly. I'm deranged like that. You're not unique in that particular style of derangement. It's not something I personally subscribe to, but it's not the first time I've heard someone say that. Not that particular example. And his advisory, Apple something. Really? Oh, Apple! Oh my god, you're so right. Naperman, you're so fucking right. Oh my god, you're so right. Oh my god. I'm an idiot. Oh. Let me in! Let me in! Fuck! I just saved. Fuck. I saved after jamming it. Well, guess no one's getting in there. Fuck. Fuck. I want to know what's in there. Let me know. Ugh, fine. 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 I'll move on to the next chest. Fuck. Okay, fine, whatever. Fine, fine, fine. Fine. Hello, Mr. Jill Bates. Spooky.
Allow me to introduce myself.
He speaks.
I am Gilbert Bates, as I'm sure you may have surmised. I'd like to extend my thanks to you, madam, for putting an end to the difficulties at my factory. I've been informed that there is a matter you wish to discuss.
I'd like to ask you about this ring.
Great gods! How did you come by that ring?
A gnome gave it to me as he lay dying.
A gnome? What manner of tomfoolery is this? Are you certain it was not a dwarf?
Why would a dwarf have your ring?
That is a long story, and one that does not concern you. Suffice it to say that it should have been in the possession of a dwarf.
Okay.
Yes, I am familiar with the dwarves and their customs. Tell me, was there anything distinctive about this fellow?
He had a scar over his left eye.
Aye, Alberic. I knew it in my heart. That was no gnome. It was Stenar Rockcutter.
Who's Stenar?
Stenar was an old friend of mine. But for him to cut off his beard, by the gods, it's unthinkable. But please, tell me, did he say anything to you before he died? Did he say anything about me?
So you fear an environment emotionally unstable and such people, anything beyond baseline is seen as a threat, not to be trusted, so you raise your guard for the inevitable turn for the negative. It's one possible explanation, definitely, yeah. Sounds reasonable. Although we're getting into... we're getting into mind-reading shit right now. It's not... You know, Twitch chat is no place to get a diagnosis. As good intentions as we might all have, we are not professionals. One second. Haha. I have cake, okay? I have, how do you call it? Red velvet cake. Delicious.
The evil? What evil? And where did he escape from?
That's why I mostly stick to puns. Yeah. I'm jealous? Bro, it's so good.
Something horrible must have happened after I... Did he say anything else?
He referred to you as a boy. Why would he do that?
I do not know. Even though dwarves reckon time differently than humans, he must have realized that I am now an old man. Perhaps it is because I was but a boy when I betrayed his trust all those years ago.
Tell me more. Tell me more. Did you get very far? Tell me more. Tell me more. Sorry. I can't. That's the autism, by the way. In case you needed to know why it is that I say a sentence and then I realize that it's part of a song and then I can't stop myself from singing the song. That's the autism. Anyway. How'd you come to betray him?
That is quite the long tale.
I'm here to
Tale
listen.
of my shame, it is.
Tell me about it. I have cake. Go for it. Fuck.
It is ironic that my greatest mistake is that which brought me such wealth. As a youth, I was enamored of all things dwarven. So I sought out the nearest clan and attempted to impress them with my grasp of their technology. They laughed.
I've been lurking here for a while. Thanks for sharing your story. Oh, no problem. I have fairly unique life, I guess. But I have learned a lot from talking to people and watching people talking about themselves and sharing way more than most people should ever share on the internet, but it was only because they shared it that I had the opportunity to see it and be like, oh shit, I'm not fucking, you know, insane, retarded, psychopathic, an alien. So, I try to do the same. I've had a few comments here and there in like my VODs and stuff like on YouTube of people being like, holy shit, I thought I was the only one. Thank you so much for talking about this. And I'm like, no problem, sweetie.
It was obviously a novelty to them. A ridiculous human who had a natural bent towards technology. I suppose it didn't help that I was a mere 14 years old at the time.
Sorry, I just
became something they
I just read
to entertain themselves.
I just read what you guys said. Is red velvet cake just food dye? Well, no, it's also flour and eggs and sugar and stuff. If it was just food dye, it would be wet and ruin your shirt. God damn it, Dunhammer. You actually managed to outwit my wittiest pun maker in my chat. Good job, Dunhammer. This is a moment for the fucking records. This is for the history books. But the answer is no. It's not necessarily food dye that makes it red. Depends how dark red it is. If it's very bright red, then it's food coloring. A little bit. If it's a darker red, then it might be the original red velvet, which did not have... It turned red because of the ingredients, I think. I could be wrong, though. You might want to look it up. The red velvet cake recipes that don't use red dye. I made one using red wine. Came out more like a chocolate cake with a hint of red tint. Cool. Very delicious. Sounds lovely. You need some kind of red ingredient in there. But you don't have to use dye, obviously. Depends.
Stenna was the only one who truly called me friend in all those years. And betrayal is how I repaid his friendship.
Uh-oh.
It was he who first showed me their steam engine, as he knew I could appreciate
Applebee was
the
right!
intricacies of its design.
The Applebee dude was right! He did steal it from the dwarves! Oh shit! The plot fucking thickens! The deranged fucking Applebee dude was right! Holy shit!
They had left it to rust in a corner, as they had very little use for a device that would reduce the need for sheer physical power. Imagine a dwarf relying on a device to do his digging for him. It's preposterous.
Fair.
I asked him if I could tinker with it, perhaps improve on it, as I knew this was the key to becoming truly a part of the dwarven world. I quickly devised a way to use it to power a pump for draining the mines. When I fell all over myself trying to explain it to them, laughter was, once again, their only response. I knew I had to somehow gain their respect, so I hastily sketched some schematics and set out to prove my theory. The struggling human mining company that I brought the plans to offered me a share in their mines for the steam pump. I was ecstatic. I had not a care for their mines or their money. I desired vindication. When I returned to the dwarves to boast of my accomplishments and be welcomed into their clan, they were gone. The inventions came quickly after that, fueled by my anger and confusion. How could they have denied me my place amongst them after all my labors? Somehow I felt I could still prove myself to them. I continued searching for them in all my spare moments, but to no avail. But then they came. The robed ones. They appeared to me late one night, and they warned me to never speak of, nor try to find the dwarves again. Still being a mere lad, you can imagine the terror that put into me. As my wealth and power grew, I shook off some of my youthful fear and hired the first in a long chain of investigators to locate Stenar and his clan.
Okay.
None of them ever returned with any worthwhile information, and some never returned at all. The ones that did told of vicious traps and creatures attacking them from the shadows. As word of these failures spread, it became more and more difficult to find souls brave enough to take on the challenge.
I see. That sounds very concerning, sir.
He knew that ring would lend veracity to your tale. I gave Stenner that ring the last time I saw him. Now he is dead. If only we knew what he meant by the evil.
The Panari think the evil refers to someone named Ardax.
I don't put much stock in religious ramblings. I'm more concerned with who killed Stenner and why, and what all this has to do with my relationship with the Black Mountain clan. There must be some clue left in the Black Mountain mines. I am certain of this. You seem to be a resourceful individual. Would you be interested in searching the mines for some clue as to their whereabouts?
Oh no.
I would make it worth your while, I can assure you.
I have been warned in the comments of my Arcanum video that I would, and I quote, learn to really, really hate the mines. I think this is the mines they're talking about. Oh no. Is this gonna be another... Is this gonna be another Fade? Is this gonna be another fucking... What was it called? It's not Fade. It's not the Fade. It's the other one. Orzammar. Is this gonna be another Orzammar? I swear to fucking God. I can't do it, bro. I can't do another Orzammar. It's only been a few months. Oh.
Of course. What do you wish to ask of me? I have never actually claimed that I did. It was just people's assumption. I have invented any number of devices based off its principles, but I did not invent the first one. Such is the enthusiasm, or perhaps the impetuousness of youth, that I did not stop to consider the consequences of my actions. All I could see was a way to gain the respect of the dwarves. It was all that mattered.
Orzammar was my favorite of the hubs. Fuck that. You get a cute snake weasel there. Snake weasel? Past 8 a.m. Going to bed. I assume you mean you're going to bed, in which case, good night.
Yes, it is, and it torments me every day. I was but a child when the robed ones gave me their dire warnings, and I was terrified. They were explicit that I was not to reveal the origins of the steam engine. Of course. What do you wish to ask of me? You don't understand. I was orphaned at a young age. The dwarves represented everything I wanted my family to be. A tight-knit clan, and the respect I had for their brilliance with technology. I made the mistake common to youth. I thought intelligence equaled compassion. I needed to belong, to find that I had some worth. My mother died, bringing me into this world. I believe my father died then as well, even though he continued to exist in the world for some 8 more years. When he could stand living no longer, he took his own life. He left me decently provided for, and with his grasp on reality becoming more tenuous each day, I believe he felt I would be safer in the care of others. The last thing he did in this life was to give me that ring.
And then you gave it to Stennar.
That is how much his friendship meant to me. I
Schmooples
was
the nug.
devastated when he disappeared with the
Okay.
rest of the clan. I believe I felt more deserted and alone then than I did when my father killed himself.
Just a few more questions, please.
Of course. What do you wish to ask of me? There's not much, really, as Chukka is given to overzealousness in his protection of my person. He rendered the interloper lifeless before I could question him. All he had on his person was an amulet bearing the symbol of the Molokian hand, the eye in the hexagram.
You get to feel superior to the castles because of economic factors, but also to the royalty because of height. It's the best.
They were a religious order of assassins some 500 years ago. Rumors of their continued existence surface periodically, but are usually proven to be hoaxes. I figure this for a new group trying to adopt some of the prestige of the name. Let us hope for both our sakes that they are mere pretenders to the name, then. I would be loath to have the authentic Molokians out for my blood.
Why do you suppose they're trying to kill us?
I do not know, but I am beginning to believe they are behind Stennar's death. This all seems to be pointing to my involvement with the Black Mountain clan, doesn't it? That is why I feel it is imperative to find out their fate. Our lives seem to be dependent on it, in fact. Yes, it would seem I am well protected here. However, the more staff one has, the easier it is for one of them to be bribed or replaced with an assassin. Also, my notoriety keeps me a prisoner in my house. They will always know where to look for me. You, on the other hand, can blend with the crowd, so to speak. Of course. What do you wish to ask of me? Well, as you know, I am the foremost manufacturer of steam engines in Arcanum, virtually without competition. I am working on a prototype for a smaller, more efficient engine right now, as a matter of fact. I also have various interests in other technological endeavors. It is not much of an accomplishment when old Cedric Appleby is your chief competitor. Poor Cedric. Always was a bit of a blundering fool. I really wish I could have convinced him to come work for me.
Why, if he's such a fool?
Cedric and I were close friends when we were children. He was furious that I wouldn't introduce him to the dwarves. Can you imagine? I had a difficult enough time gaining their respect without his simple-mindedness. After I invented the steam engine, he began to despise me. Strangely enough, I wish he was still my friend some days. Of course. What do you wish to ask of me? Well, as you know, I am the... Why do you ask? You're not a labor sympathizer, are you? A unionizer, perhaps? I can assure you, my workers are happy to have the jobs I give them. I treat all orcs, true blood, and half-breed alike better than any other factory owner. Of that I can assure you.
I'm sure you believe that, you racist oppressor.
How dare you! I will not have labor agitators insult me in my own home.
I can take your pomposity no longer. Death to the bourgeoisie! Holy shit! Oh, that is so good. I'm not gonna do it just because I want to experience the rest of the game without killing what is probably a really major character. And, you know, who gives you quests and stuff, but that is hilarious.
I suppose I can forgive your rudeness this once. Of course. Well, as you know, why do you ask? You're not a Labour sympathizer. Yes, I can understand that, with all the talk of Labour difficulties and protests in all the journals. But in answer to your original question, I believe that I am fortunate to have been spared a lot of the problems others have been experiencing with their workers. I do believe it is because I treat my workers better than most. Why, their working conditions are almost human.
What the fuck did I just hear? They're almost human. What do you mean, almost?
Of course. What do you wish to ask of me? Splendid. Here, let me mark your map with the location of the Black Mountain mines. I am certain there must be some clues to be found there. Please, return as soon as you have found anything. Oh, one more thing. I would like to purchase my ring back from you. I'd give you 200 coins. It would mean quite a bit to me. My father gave it to me before he died. You will have to excuse an old man whose hearing is drifting away. I know that I could not have heard you refusing my generous offer. Much obliged. I will speak with you when you return. Of course. What do you wish to ask of me?
Okay, there we go. We talk to the motherfucker. And because that dialogue is repeatable, we can call him a bourgeoisie bastard at any moment and kill him. It'll be okay. Down with the... I can't spell bourgeoisie. Bourgeoisie. That's definitely not it. Fuck it. It's okay, no one can. You know what? Fuck it. Why am I using the French word? I'll just use a Portuguese word. Burguesia. There we go. I know how to spell it in my language. There we go. Accepted search. Mines is okay. All good. We exit. Hey, we're done. Tomorrow is a new day, and I will see you guys then.